Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of Wickmanveckan, the Wickman week. And today's theme is Torgny Wickman, the man, the myth, the enigma, or the legend, I think we said. And I'm very, very happy to have 2 very distinguished professors here, Mariah Larsson and Elisabet Björklund. The floor is all yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Rickard, and thank you very much for inviting us. We're very, very happy to be here on the first Wickman week ever. And I hope I'll come here several more times in the future. Elisabet and I have been working on different aspects of the sexuality in Swedish cinema for quite some years now. We have, among other things, we have edited an anthology called Swedish Cinema and the Sexual Revolution, with contributions from mainly Swedish scholars, but also some international scholars, which covers Swedish cinema and the sexual revolution from the early 1950s to, no, we actually have some silent cinema as well. So from the silent cinema all the way until Fäbodjäntan, 1978. And also in 2021, it was the 50-year anniversary after the decriminalization of pornography in Sweden. So to kind of memorize that, we co-wrote together with Clara Arnberg, who has specialized in the pornographic press in Sweden, and Tommy Gustafsson, who is a film historian and a silent film expert. We wrote Såra, tukt och sedlighet, 100 år av pornografi i Sverige, which covers from approximately 1921 to 2021, approximately. So just a little bit about us and where we're coming from. I also want to just give a brief theoretical framing for this talk. There is a literary scholar called Walter Kendrick, or there was, he passed away some years ago, who wrote a book called The Secret Museum, where he goes through the history of pornography, and he defines pornography in a very useful way, because he says pornography is that which has been forbidden, hidden, or restricted. So the access to material that has been deemed pornographic has been restricted, and especially to ostensibly protect young people, women, the working class, and so on. Usually everyone except well-educated, wealthy men in power. So that's the kind of definition that he makes of pornography, which is very useful when you look at it historically, because that means that you can kind of look at the context and see how that context defines what is pornographic and what is not pornographic. And the 1960s, which is the time period we're going to be talking about today, is a time period when those clear limits that had been quite clearly set previously, when these are contested, negotiated, and in some cases dissolved. And it kind of culminates in Sweden with the decriminalization of pornography in 1971. So that is kind of like a framework for what we're going to talk about today. So Torgny Wickman and the sexual revolution. So what is the sexual revolution? And it's a kind of popular term that is usually American and usually used to refer to the 1960s, and is usually in like the popular imagination explained by the pill, the contraceptive pill, which was allowed for use in the US in 1962, I think, and in Sweden in 1964. A little bit uncertain, but early 1960s. So this is the popular story about this goes that before people couldn't have sex because women could get pregnant, and then the pill came, and then everyone could have sex, so we had the sexual revolution. But, of course, in reality, it was a lot more complicated than that. And the 1960s is a time of a generational shift when what in the US is called the boomers, the baby boomers, and in Sweden is usually called 40-talisterna, come of age, and they are many. There are a lot of them, and also we have growth, economic growth after the Second World War. We have an expanding higher education in most of the Western world. And this means that there are a lot of young people who are studying and discussing and discovering new ways of seeing the world. Also, in the 1960s, and this is a bit also something that complicates the whole thing, because usually you talk about the 1960s, but the 1960s start in 1948. And it starts with this man here, Alfred C. Kinsey, who in 1948 publishes Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, which is based on interviews with thousands and thousands of people, and it's a best-selling academic book, scholarly work, and it's full of diagrams and tables and charts and things, but it is like the first real kind of mapping of human sexuality that does not look at perversions or deviancy and so on, which had been studied before, but looks at what do people do? And people do a lot of things. And this was extremely revolutionary when this came out, both, for instance, that Kinsey didn't really make a categorization between heterosexual and homosexual. He talked about the scale. So you could be somewhere on the scale of hetero or homosexual, depending on what kind of experiences you had. So that was extremely revolutionary. And also he, in the next book, Sexual Behavior in the Human Female, he said that women have just as much sex as men, and they have sex in so many different ways, and they masturbate and so on, and people got very, very angry with the second book about women, because it was somehow okay to say that men had sex in all these different ways, but it wasn't that acceptable to say that women did the same thing. But these two books were very, very, very influential, and they were translated into Swedish, the first one just the year after it came out in 1949. And it's very, very clear that a lot of the Swedish discussion in the 1960s is inspired by Kinsey. It is also inspired by Masters and Johnson, who come with their study, Human Sexual Response, in 1966. And also, of course, the 1960s is a time of countercultural movements, pacifism, anti-war movements, the student protests, the 68 movement in Sweden, and so on. So there is a lot of protesting and so on. The sexual revolution is kind of also a way of reacting towards the older generation's morals and ideas about sexuality. Am I talking too long, or good? Just so I don't eat up Elisabet's time. In Sweden, then, there was also some kind of sexual debate going on in the 1960s. And in Sweden, we can say that this goes even back to the 1930s, with various sex educators and sex agitators, people who were discussing sex and in an activist fashion worked to change things such as the prohibition of contraceptives and so on. So it goes a long way back in Sweden. But one important starting point is the introduction of mandatory sex education in schools in 1955, which is both an important starting point for discussions in Sweden in the 1960s, but also that which starts the idea of Sweden as a particularly sinful country, because this introduction of mandatory sex education in schools made headlines all over the world. and people went to Sweden to kind of look at these weird people who taught children about sex. And this notion that schools were teaching sex education was problematic in many ways, because people felt that this was something that parents should have the prerogative to decide what kind of knowledge their children should have. So it was a kind of invasion of family and the private sphere to make mandatory sex education in schools. And the sex education in schools was one of the things that was discussed in the 1960s, among others by this woman here, Kristina Ahlmark-Michanek, who wrote a book called Jungfrutro and Dubbelmoral, Virgin Faith and Double Standards, where she criticized the sex education in schools because she said that they teach one thing to boys and another thing to girls, so boys' sexuality is accepted but needs to be controlled, and women have the responsibility, or girls have the responsibility to control themselves so they don't tease the boys and entice the boys to do things to provoke their sexuality. So that was one of the things that were discussed in the 1960s. Other things that were discussed was abortion, which was illegal in Sweden at the time, prostitution. There were even some articles debating and arguing for state brothels, that we should separate from the church, and all churches should be like state property, and you could have brothels in the churches. So this is one article I read, and I'm still not really sure it wasn't a satire, but I don't think it was. I think it was completely serious. Also pornography and what was called erotic minorities or sexual minorities, which is anyone who is not within the normative heterosexual mainstream kind of sexuality. And gender roles was also discussed during this time, but in a way gender roles and sexuality was to a large extent kind of separated discussions. So and this kind of discussion also, of course, moved into the sphere of film from a somewhat different perspective, because in the early 1960s, the Swedish Film Institute is started as a result of the Swedish film reform in 1963. And one of the things that the people behind the Swedish Film Institute were interested in was in undermining the National Board of Film Censors, who censored films in Swedish, in the films that were supposed to be screened on Swedish cinemas, in Swedish cinemas. This is not proven, but there are a lot of indications that in the early 1960s there was almost like an orchestrated, careful attack on the Swedish National Board of Film Censors. And what the most important part of this attack was Ingmar Bergman's The Silence, which has been noted that Bergman was very, very conscious of how these sex scenes would play out and how the Swedish Board of Film Censors would react to them and so on, in order to kind of push the boundaries, because at this point Bergman was so famous that he had the kind of clout that he could kind of push the limits for censorship. And The Silence was released without cuts. The next step in this orchestrated attack on Swedish film censorship was 491. And this film was not made by Bergman. It was directed by Vilgot Sjöman, but it was made on the initiative of Bergman. So Bergman suggested to Vilgot Sjöman that he should make a film on this book that the film is based on. And 491 has homosexual assault, it has bestiality, it has a lot of violence, and what else?
Rape.
Rape, sorry. Yeah, rape, and so on. So it is a very violent film with a very negative view of sexuality in it, and at first it was banned. by the National Board of Film Censors. And then this ban was appealed to the government, and the government released it with only a very tiny kind of trimming of it, so a few cuts, but they released it from after having been banned by the National Board of Film Censors, which kind of made a situation where the government was more liberal than the National Board of Film Censors, which kind of opened up for a wave of completely different films. I'm going to make a little break here and talk about the film historiography, because up until now, what we've been saying, or I've been saying, is kind of part of a traditional general film history or a cultural history, up until the story about the silence and 491. But after that, it kind of separates a bit, because in the traditional film historiography, focus has usually been on the art cinema that became the goal of the Swedish Film Institute to kind of promote and stimulate and like open up the market for, which there wasn't much of a market, but by giving such films subsidies, they could kind of survive anyway. So if you look at traditional Swedish film histories, they usually consist of Ingmar Bergman, of course, and Vilgot Sjöman, Jan Troell, Bo Widerberg, and to some extent My Zetterling, which are all kind of part of the art cinema institution. And what happens next to that is virtually invisible. And it's usually said that these films are made for other films, which are sexually explicit and so on, were mainly made for export, kind of, you know, like excluding them from the national film history. Which is, well, not really true, and not doesn't paint a complete picture of how the 1960s in Sweden looked. You could say that if you want to make a film history based on what people went to see, you should make a Swedish film history about Sound of Music and The Jungle Book, because those were the two massively most successful films in Sweden in the 1960s. But if you want to only focus on the Swedish films that went well at the Swedish box office, you could of course include The Silence, because it did really well at the box office. You could also include Vilgot Sjöman's I Am Curious Yellow, which also did good at the box office, but you would have to include Torgny Wickman. And The Language of Love and The Lustful Vicar, both of which are being screened at this festival, were among the most successful Swedish films in the years that they were released. And this wave begins with this film, I, a Woman, a Danish-Swedish production. Brian mentioned it yesterday. Danish-Swedish production directed by Mac Ahlberg, which was based on a scandal book and featured Essie Persson in the main role, and it was like panned by Swedish critics, but it made a very big success abroad, especially in the US, where some historiographers say that it started the American sexploitation wave because they were so inspired by this film. And in Sweden, it kind of was the starting point for a whole wave of, I wouldn't call them sexploitation films, because I feel that is in a way an American genre, but I call them sex films. And these are mainly non-graphic, that is softcore, no close-ups of genitals, no authentic intercourse, or sometimes, but it's not shown as authentic intercourse. They are comedies, they are educational, there are horror films and action films. They are social problem films, that is films that begin with what Eric Schaeffer calls a square up. That is an excuse to make the film. Look at this problem, look at these poor women, look what the problems they have. We have to tell their stories and bring attention to this kind of problem. They are made mainly between 1965 and 1975, although this wave begins before the decriminalization of pornography. But when pornography is made legal in Sweden in 1971, this genre or group of films kind of begins to include more hardcore material, and also begins to kind of peter out and disappear slowly. And one of the most prolific persons within the Swedish sex film wave was Torgny Wickman.
Yes, Torgny Wickman. And Wickman is today best remembered for the group of popular sex films that he made in the late 60s and in the 70s, some of which are screened at this festival, as Mariah also said. But Wickman is himself actually also a good example of this border that has been created in film historiography between, or this constructed border between culture and commerce, or art and pornography, and so on, because Wickman had a very long career before he started to make these sex films that we are focusing on here. And he actually directed a very large number of short documentary films, newsreels, commercial, and also some feature-length films before he made these sex films. He started his career actually in the late 30s. The Swedish Film Database, they list 78 titles, I think, with him as director, but the total number is probably much higher because short films have not been categorized sorry, to the same extent as feature-length films, so we don't really have the complete picture there, I think. But in the late 60s, Wickman started to work with Inge Ivarsson, and between 1969 and 1977, he made 11 feature-length sex films on Ivarsson's company's Swedish film production investment, and also one on Film Invest. Among them, the social problem films Swedish and Underage and Anita, the sex education films in the Language of Love series, and the sex comedy The Lustful Vicar. And as Mariah mentioned, Wickman was a commercially very successful filmmaker, and many of his films were box office hits, often occurring among the top most successful films of the year. And he made his last feature-length film, Country Life, or Practice Makes Perfect, in 1977, and by the end of his career he returned to making a few documentary films and short films. And as my research has concerned sex education films in Sweden, I will focus my part of this presentation on the Language of Love films. And these are films that have become almost emblematic for this period in Swedish film history and of the idea of the Swedish sin. And they are furthermore good examples of how this border to pornography was being redefined or pushed during this era. So the first film in this series, Language of Love, appeared in 1969, and this was a sexually explicit feature-length sex education film made by Wickman and Ivarsson. And this film became an enormous success. It was actually seen by over 1 million people in Sweden. It was widely distributed abroad, and it had a number of sequels, as you can see here. First came More About the Language of Love in 1970, then XYZ of Love in 1971, and finally Love Play, That's How We Do It, in 1972. But it didn't really end there, because all these films were also reused, you can say. They were also used to create a number of other films from the material. For example, in 1973, there was a best-of film with the best scenes from these films, and there was also a school film series made from the material in 1971. So they had a long life. And this series is an important part of Swedish film history for many reasons. sex education films actually has a much longer history, both in Sweden and internationally. But Language of Love and its sequels differed from earlier films of this kind in important ways. In contrast to sex education films made in the 40s and 50s, the aim of these films was not primarily to warn against sexually transmitted diseases or unwanted pregnancies and abortions, but instead you can say that the overall aims of these films was to help people achieve a better sex life by breaking taboos around sexuality with the help of knowledge derived from sexual science. And the films were deeply inspired by recent sex research, partly Kinsey, but mainly Masters and Johnson that Mariah mentioned, and their work Human Sexual Response that had came out in 1966, only a few years before this film. And the film series dealt with a long row of topics related to sexuality. The first film focuses a lot on different problems that heterosexual couples can have in their sex lives, as well as different physiological aspects of sex and also information about contraceptives. In the sequels, there are topics like homosexuality, pornography, the legal framework around sex, and sexual therapy discussed. So the films thus demonstrate this dramatic change in sex attitudes that had taken place in the 60s or even from the 50s or even earlier. But so that is one way in which this series differed from earlier sex education films. The other way that they differed from previous films is because they contained explicit scenes of unsimulated sexual acts. And the first film was built around a group of experts in sex, or sex educators, who are sitting in a living room and discussing different sexual issues. And this is intercut with other scenes, like illustrating fictional examples, documentary footage, and also a number of sex scenes. And the most controversial of these were one in which a woman masturbates and one of a heterosexual intercourse. And we can show that. And that looked like this. And in line with the pedagogical aims of the film, these acts were furthermore constructed to be as explicit as possible. So the production team had built this special room with hidden cameras and a large round rotating bed on which the acts were performed, and the image was also supplemented, as you see here, with close-ups, animations, and diagrams shown in split screen to clearly sort of convey the course of events to the audience. And the point of this, as expressed in the film, was to show the audience what happened in the body during sexual stimulation. And the scenes were also supplemented by a voiceover guiding the viewer's observations. And the sequels were structured in similar ways, with many explicit sex scenes illustrating the various topics discussed by the experts in the different scenes. And because of this sexual explicitness, a constant point of discussion around the Language of Love films ever since they were made has been whether they are to be regarded as serious sex education films or if they are to be labeled pornography. And even today, I would say this question is not easy to answer. Because on the one hand, the films were made with the collaboration of some of Sweden's most well-known and well-established sex educators at this time. So in the first film, we see Maj Wittbergström Valan, a sexologist who was very well-known in public in this time. We also see sex educators Ingen Sten Hägler, who were famous in Sweden because they had the answered questions in the newspaper Expressen, and a gynecologist called Sture Kullhed. And in the following films in the series, there was also a long row of experts such as lawyer Leif Silbersky, sociologist Joachim Israel, and many others. And this, I think, makes these films quite different from similar films made in other countries during this era, because there were other films made in other countries which you could compare these films to. In the US, there were, for example, a genre called marriage manual films, which appeared in the 1960s, and was a type of film that also showed unsimulated sexual acts within a framework of sex education or sexual therapy. But in those films, there were not real experts present like this. So I think the language of love films are quite different still from these other similar types of films. On the other hand, the films were clearly made within the context of an evolving industry focused on producing sexually explicit film and later pornographic film, which would define them as pornography, or at least sexploitation, if we can use that term in the Swedish context. And this commercial framework also led to doubts among other sex educators. The Swedish Association for Sexuality Education, RFSU, was asked to participate in the first film, but declined to do so as they were skeptical to the film being made on a commercial company, which they thought would risk making the film too similar to a pornographic film. And Maj-Britt Bergström Wahlund, who participated in the film, has even claimed that her choice to participate in Language of Love actually led to her being expelled from the board of the association. So there was definitely a conflict here. The films were also marketed in ways similar to how other sex films were marketing, highlighting the sex and the controversial character of the films, as in this poster from More About the Language of Love. The films, of course, attracted a lot of media attention even before they were made, and press cuttings reveal that there were also quite different opinions on this issue, sex education or pornography, among the people involved in making the films. And here are just some examples of what the people involved said about the purpose of the films. So first, Torgny Wickman, he said that it will probably be difficult to show naked people and situations of intercourse without someone thinking it's porn. But it will be serious porn, if I may say so, extremely serious. And Sten Hegler, one of the other experts that you can see to the right there, he said, "It may well be pornographic as far as I'm concerned, but of course, preferably healthy and good porn, even if I, for that matter, don't think bad porn hurts anyone." Inge Ivarsson, who is at the top right, said different things in different interviews, but in one interview he said, "It must not be disguised porn." In another later interview, he probably felt that maybe it sounded a bit boring calling it an education film, so he said that it will be serious and delightful. So, and Maj-Britt Bergström Wahlund, who I talked about before, she was more clear on the issue, saying that it is an educational film, not porn. So we can see here that there are different ways of handling this issue among the people who made the film. They didn't all have exactly the same opinion about it and about what it was to become. As the first two films appeared before the legalization of pornography in Sweden in 1971, this issue also became central for the National Board of Film Censors. And the problems that the censors needed to solve in both cases was if the sex scenes in the films were to be defined as pornography, and in that case they needed to be banned or cut from the film according to the law, or if they were justifiable due to the context of sex education. And here opinions shifted among the people who were to determine the issue at the National Board of Film Censors, but also they also sent the films to different advisory boards and so on and there were many different opinions about this. While some saw the films as pornographic and the sex education label as misleading, others, in contrast, saw the films as positive counterweights to more questionable material. And the issue was most complicated in the case of More About the Language of Love, as this film also contained scenes from the shooting of a pornographic film and from a porn club in Copenhagen with live show. After long processes, however, at the National Board of Film Censors, and which in the case of More About the Language of Love also led to the issue that the issue had to be settled by the government, both films were in the end released with a 15-year age limit, largely uncut. So the films were part of this larger development that Maria talked about, which pushed or negotiated the limits for the definition of pornography in Sweden. But this does not mean that the issue concerning whether the films were sex education or pornography was solved as the films were released, but instead it actually continued to be a very central point of discussion in the press and in reviews. And actually, if you study the reviews of the films, you could say that most of the people who wrote about these films actually took them seriously and saw them as valuable educational films, while others dismissed them as speculation, which was a very common term during this time, often used about films exploiting the topic of sex to make money. And there are many reviews of the films, but here I just have two examples here which are quite interesting because they have very different views on this matter. And first is Margareta Garpe, who wrote in Aftonbladet that the only original thing Torgny Wickman has succeeded with in The Language of Love is to mask the speculation in sex by packaging it as an educational film. So this is a clear example of this this view that this was speculation. On the other hand, Monica Thunbeck Hansson in Göteborgs-Posten, she wrote that the scenes of intercourse are so completely clean and instructive that the purpose cannot be misunderstood. So she obviously had a very different view on this, and this is quite an interesting example of how it wasn't so clear to everyone that this would be films just made to make money. So these examples show that the border that has long been created within the Swedish film historiography between culture and commercialism, art and porn, education and exploitation was actually not a clear border to begin with. And maintaining such a border when writing film history also means that much is missed, I think. As mentioned, the Language of Love films are very valuable historical sources, as they can tell us much about Swedish cultural history more generally. And the films give expression to many interesting ideas about sexuality during this time. And I will just briefly summarize a few things here. So I argue that the films express a liberal view on sexuality, in which sexuality is seen as being repressed and in which science is understood to lead to liberation. Like many in the sex debates of the 1960s, the films are also against prejudices towards what was called sexual minorities, although heterosexuality is still a norm in these films. It's also generally understood and talked about in the films that the sexual representations and pornography should be free. And all of this is clearly in line with the sexual liberalism that had developed during the 1960s. At the same time, I also found that the films also display a clear focus on relationships and love, which we might not associate with the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s. And there is also an idea in the films, I think, about achieving the perfect sex act through continued practice, which is of course also connected to this view that sex and relationships, or sex should be part of relationships so that you can practice. And this does also mean that the films do not really advocate only a medical or a biological view on sex, but also that the focus is a lot on psychology and relationships between people and so on. So, to conclude.
Yes. To conclude. So these films, we've kind of tried to organize the conclusions somewhat in two parts. So one is what these films say about cultural history and why they are important as kind of testimonies to changing views of sexuality. Because there is, as Elisabet so clearly explained, there is a clear distinction between these films that focus on, could you say, like sexual well-being, sexual happiness, rather than to work against sexually transmitted infections or unwanted pregnancies and that kind of the previous kinds of films. So from that point of view, they point to, or they are testimonies of a very important shift in the view of sexuality that happened in the 1960s. And they are also very important testimonies to these negotiations about where the limits for pornography should be and where they can be located, as Walter Kendrick discusses in his The Secret Museum. You can say also that they come at a kind of turning point because they come before, or the two first films come before the decriminalization of pornography. They are kind of like the end point or the culmination of this negotiating time period, which is the late 1960s. And Walter Kendrick calls periods of times in different societies when pornography has become legal or accepted, he calls them post-pornographic, which is kind of ironic because everyone thinks those are the most pornographic times of all. But in Sweden, so the time period after 1971 would be the post-pornographic. And Kendrick means that after a while in the post-pornographic society, new norms, new informal codes decide where the limit is for pornography and pushes it away again. So even though it is legal, it is kind of confined to certain areas and certain spaces and so on. Also, it is very important to film history.
Yes, because as we talked about studying, even if these films are today often separated from the rest of Swedish film history, the border between speculation and serious films were actually not that clear at the time. So this separation gives us does not give us a correct view of film history. Moreover, the films can also tell us a lot about the national in relation to the global. For example, studying how these films were similar to or different from comparative films in other countries can give us insights into differences between different film industries and censorship systems, and of how different cultural contexts influence the film culture and how people interpret films. So finally, we think that it's important to be aware that film history is also something that continues to be written and to reflect upon how this is done. And the Wickman Week here today is in a way is in a way part of the writing of film history. So we wanted to conclude this talk by posing a question that you can think about. So what do you think that the Wickman Week means for our view of film history?
Thank you.
Okay.
have timed this, so we have time for questions, and we have one question immediately.
Thank you for an excellent talk. I was struck by, as you were talking, that in most countries, especially in the 50s and 60s and 70s, the biggest opposition to quote-unquote pornography came from the church, whether mostly Catholic in Europe or kind of Protestant big churches in the US. But in Sweden, how much was that the case? And, you know, why wasn't it the case?
Oh, but that's a very good question, because in Sweden it was the church too. It's just that we have kind of forgotten that, I think, because there was a lot of, maybe not so much in relation to film, but in relation to film too. But I know that Clara Arnberg, our colleague who has been doing the pornographic press, the history of the pornographic press in Sweden, she has found so much evidence of like burnings of porn magazines and demonstrations, and a deeply religious woman who tore down posters in the 1970s, went and tore down posters for pornographic or men's magazines, actually not pornographic magazines, but Feedback-Duellt and so on. So there was a strong religious movement against pornography, and that kind of strengthened in the sex liberal debate of the 1960s. That kind of strengthened the sex liberal view, because they said you don't want to be like puritanical, religious, old-fashioned, conservative. You want to be like us, modern, progressive, rational, and sex positive. So, and I think that kind of discourse is still there, because when porn is debated today, there is also this about, are you conservative or are you progressive? Are you sex negative or are you sex positive? That there are still some kind of remains of that in the Swedish discussion. But in the 1960s, it was very, very clearly a religious, Christian, conservative movement against pornography. And the story about 491, you can...
Yeah, I just thought of that because, that's something that often is mentioned about 491 that Maria mentioned, Vilgot Sjömans film. That film was the reason that the party Christian Democratic Unity was founded. So, that's just one example of this.
There were like 140 doctors of medicine who signed some kind of
protest letter, I think also.
Sedernas förfall.
Yeah, so there was strong reactions to these films from Christian people. And I also agree with Maria that this led to many people wanting to also provoke, I guess. And in the language of love films, it's quite clear that Christianity is often made into the problem or the enemy, in different parts of the film where they discuss sexual therapy. It's, for example, often the case that, here's a person who has sexual problems, is often said to be someone who comes from a religious home and things like that. So it's clear that the idea is that society more generally, but specifically Christianity, is often understood as what has repressed sexuality that we now must free.
That connects with this regarding the opposition towards the depiction of sexuality. Yes, it was the Christian church, it was the right-wing bourgeoisie, and then the left-wing people were against pornography. And now it's sort of the Islamistic, or that sort of religious thing. Over time, the opposition has changed, I guess. What are your take on that in your research?
I think that, there is a change in like the general political climate in Sweden in the late 1960s, which is one of the reasons that the sex liberal debate in the first half of the 1960s kind of dies out because other issues become more important, like the Vietnam War and things like that. So these films actually kind of arrive on the scene a little bit like after. So first it is discussed, and then the films are made. so there is a kind of what do you call eftersläpning. They come a little bit after, a slight delay with these films. And then in the late 1960s, the women's movement is kind of, the starting point is Grupp 8, is Group 8, which was a feminist group in Uppsala, started in 1968. And they start to kind of gain momentum in the early 1970s, where they, one of their main objects of struggle, that they struggle against is pornography, because they see it as a kind of expression of everything that's wrong with patriarchal capitalist, because they are often influenced by various Marxist, Leninist ideas. So it's not only patriarchal, it's also capitalist, which makes it like super, super bad. So it's a kind of expression of everything that's bad in society. So already in 1973, they have special issues of Kvinnobulletinen, which is the feminist journal, that are devoted to sexual politics, which is pornography and prostitution. And they gain a lot of strength from the fact that when pornography is decriminalized, we have this growth of porn clubs, sex clubs, stores, and so on, oftentimes in rugged quarters of parts of the city and so on, and in these there is a lot of prostitution. You very often like fronts for brothels, because prostitution was legal, but procuring was not. No, that's not the word. Racketeer, no. Hallik, pimp. Soliciting? To be a pimp, basically. Koppleri in Swedish was illegal. So they had these places as like fronts for prostitution, and then the police busted them and so on. So there was a lot of discussion in the mid-1970s. There was a lot of discussion about the porn swamp and so on. So the women's movement kind of gained momentum from that. That like people in general thought that these places were horrible. So that's how that kind of shift happened. But there were still religious people, and the women's movement and the Christian conservatives can kind of join hands in this fight against pornography. Ooh, so many. Who's first? I don't know.
Well, Elisabet mentioned said that the question of whether pornography is still unresolved. And I understand you've screened quite a lot, and you've introduced this, and I think you pose that question to the audience, is it pornography or not? I'm just wondering what sort of feedback you get from a modern audience about language of love, how they respond, and whether they find it pornographic, or they can classify it as porn or not.
Great question, thank you. Yeah, well, I guess what I meant by saying that it's not really solved is more, because I think when I screen this to students and so on, and we talk about this, they generally think it's very different from the pornography they've seen or what they associate with pornography and so on. So in that way, it's perhaps not seen as pornography today, but I think what's difficult to answer is whether it was pornography then. Do you see what I mean? So, and that is not easy to determine based on, because we talk about this in one of our book, the problem with defining what pornography is, because you can define it in so many ways. You can define it as based on looking at films, looking what they contain. Is it hardcore? Does it contain, genitals? Does it contain penetration? All these things. Is it made? Does it have a purpose to arouse and so on? That's one way of looking at it. Another way is more contextual, empirical, perhaps, to look at what people said about it or understood it at the time, and that's what I think makes this film so very difficult to put a label on like that, because whichever type of definition you try to use, you can't really settle it, because it wasn't really settled at the time. So this empirical way of looking at it doesn't work. So I think that's the problem. But most of people who watch it today, might not see it as a pornographic, I think. Or do you have another impression?
No, but I think most people who saw it today would think that it was pornography then, because that's the
Yeah, that
picture
might
people
be.
have of like old pornography. So they wouldn't think that it was pornography in accordance to how pornography looks today, but they would definitely think that that's how pornography looked in 1969, which is also kind of a misconception about what pornography looked like in 1969, because there was pornography as we understand it today was in existence in 1969, and it did not look like from the language of love. Somewhat amplified, yes. There was a question here.
I was wondering about this polarization between the church and sexual liberation. Shortly after they made the Björklund, which basically merged the two conflicts into one film, what was the response from media and the religious community to that? How did they see that and the content of the documentary?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have not studied the reception of The Lustful Vicar at all, so I wouldn't know. But one of the interesting things here is that many of the people who were involved in like sex educators or sex advice and so on, they came from religious backgrounds. So Elisabet Jensen, who was one of the strong sex educators in the 1930s and who started the National Association of Sex Education in Sweden, she came from a religious home. Malena Ivarsson, who had Fräcka Fredag, came from a religious home. Maj-Britt Bergström Wahlund came from a religious home, and so on. So Sture Kullhed was religious.
Yeah.
Right?
It's an anecdote, but it's often said that one of the reasons he wanted the sex to be this explicit in the film was because he was religious and he didn't want to, take part of something that wasn't true. Or, I don't know if it's true, but it's one, part of it.
Played so.
Yeah, okay, so that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
That's very interesting that there are so many of people making these kinds of films that actually have a religious background themselves.
I think I'm going to do a deep dive in the reception of Kyrkoherden and see what they said. So, because I've seen some of the reviews, but they are written by journalists and not like, there could be like debates and discussions, insändare and things like that, from religious people who, this horrible film makes fun of our most esteemed professions.
Yeah, and it's not about the Lustful Vicar, but Maj-Britt Bergström Wahlund has also written a lot about how she was attacked by members of different churches and so on after these films and so on. So, there were clearly reactions to some of these films at least.
Sweden was a more much more secular country. This was a development that was starting off maybe even earlier, like 50s, 60s, and then continued all through the 60s and beginning of the 70s, which meant that maybe people didn't really care so much about what the church had said in the end of the 60s. It was much more difficult when the female groups came up, because they had a strong support in the society and they were considered as modern people that we should look at and listen to in quite a different way than the church. So in some ways, the problem of the pornography or the life things that we're talking about now, maybe, the problems were growing bigger during the 70s because of it, because they had enemies that was much more strong in the debate than they used to have.
Yeah.
So that, of course, the secular development of Sweden is very important, even later in other debates that we've had, because the church doesn't matter that much in Sweden.
No, and I think that my idea that it actually strengthened the sex liberals' arguments that the church was against them, because they could look how secular I am. I don't care about the church, and look, those old-fashioned superstitious people. They want to stop this, but I'm so. So, yeah, I think you're right that the women's movement got a kind of because they came also with from the left very much. So Grupotta is a socialist kind of from the beginning, a socialist organization, and so on. So their criticism was in line with much other criticism. So they were strengthened by a general turn to the left in the late 1960s and 1970s.
I mean, these first years, like 66, 65, those years, it's very obvious if you look at them now, the way the women are portrayed. I mean, it's a very old-fashioned way, mostly. And this kind of debate we didn't have that much. Of course, some of them tried to raise the issue, but it wasn't very much. So by the time when they raised that issue and talked about how this is for women as well, on the same way as for men, this was something that was important to do, I think.
Yeah, I think, is it a question? No. You're making an observation.
I think we agree.
Yes, I think we agree too. Yes?
I was interested in Ingrid's style. I wondered how these films, as you mentioned some of the other experts and sort of negative impacts that the films have for them, but how did England's style come out of these? Well, I know in one of the sequels, they appear naked in the sauna with the students, and they seem really into it. But I was wondering what impact it had on their careers and their representations.
No, I actually don't know. It would be very interesting to know. And I've also been thinking about that because we've talked about, because you have a project now about Fräcka Fredag and Malena Iversson, and how she was so criticized and attacked, maybe because she had another approach as a sex educator than, for example, Maj-Britt Bergström Wahlund in these films, who was also criticized and so on, but and how it's difficult for sex educators who sort of cross a border, because Malena Iversson is more, she's dressed in a certain way in the shows and so on. And I've always been thinking that, but what about Ingen Stenhegler then? Because they appear naked in Love Play, the last film, and I don't know actually what.
But in a sauna.
In a sauna, but also generally, the film is about they are on this summer cottage, and they get all these letters that they read, and then there are dramatizations of the content in the letters about people's different ways of finding sexual pleasure, basically. But in between, they move around in their garden and they swim in the pool and they're naked. And there's also one scene in the sauna that you mentioned where I think they also had invited their students from Copenhagen to come, and so they definitely crossed this border for the what was usually seen as acceptable for sex educators to how to appear and so on. But I don't know actually. I'm sorry.
Last question. Yes. Final quick question. Were these films, did you ever come across them being reviewed or commented as films, even so sexually, good photography, bad editing, or anything like that? Or did the whole sexual debate swallow up everything about it?
No, they were commented on as films, which I think has to do with a lot of the reviewers, how do you say, yrkesstolthet, their professional pride. So yes, they were commented on, and sometimes also the comments were, like it's well shot, but a horrible story, or like, oh, such a great actor, too bad he has such bad lines to work with, and so on. So they do comment on them as films, and yeah, yes, they do. But it doesn't save them. They are usually just, well, not from the language of love.
No,
but
not really.
But very often they are panned. And it's like the critics love to be like find evil ways of expressing themselves about these films. Because I mean, this is also a time when you're supposed to be mean when you write. You're supposed to be kind of sharp and quick, and we talk about vassa pennor. They are usually respected very much because they are vassa pennor, sharp pens. And so people kind of strive towards like the elegant, mean phrasing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
kan berätta mer sen.
Magnus, rullar vi? Ja. Is there a doctor in the house? Yes, there is. We have Adrian Smith here, so if you have any physical or psychological problems, you can turn to him. Sorry, jokes aside, we have our Torgny Wickman Day today, which we are very excited about. We have some very, very knowledgeable scholars here from Sweden and from the UK, and from Sweden and the UK. And I'm very, very happy to have to introduce Adrian Smith from the University of Sussex. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hi. So I want to begin with a video, which I think just gives a little bit of context to the time period. So I'm going to be talking about European and specifically obviously Swedish film and how it was treated and distributed and received in the UK in the 60s and 70s. So I edited this video a few years ago, just putting together some newsreel footage and actuality footage of Soho in the 1970s. And Soho is kind of the home of the British film industry, but also the British sex industry. And they kind of collide, as you'll see in this video. And just watch out for the occasional use of the word Sweden in the video. To let the music finish. I love that theme. It's so kind of histrionic and what it's doing. So this is in a country where pornography is illegal, but you wouldn't know that to wander around Soho in the mid-1970s because it looks like it's very legal, right? But a lot of the stuff, the marketing is, as a tale as old as time itself, the marketing is promising more than could be delivered when you actually went inside one of those places. But I just thought that helped to give a little bit of context to then discussing the use of European film and then specifically Swedish film in the UK. And we saw there was one glimpse in there, I think it said Swedish porno cinema, which would not be actual porn because, again, it was illegal. And if places did occasionally try and slip some of that stuff in, they could get raided by the police and it would all be taken away. So it was probably one of the many comedies that we've been talking about in the last couple of days. So I wanted to begin with a letter from the Times newspaper in 1971. My mother-in-law lives in a small house in a highly respectable village not far from here. This was written in Suffolk. This is very rural over in the East Coast. During the past few months, the local cinema has started to display its posters on a disused building immediately joining her front gate. Their posters have always been worthy of study, but this month's is such a gem that one can see it being sold in facsimile in 100 years' time, or studied in conferences in 100 years' time. It merits quotation in full. December 6th, Take Me and Love Me, the story of Nana, goddess of the depraved. Also Sexy Susan in the House of Pleasure. December 13th, Wild, Willing and Sexy, also The Anatomy of Love. December the 20th, Slaughter of the Vampires, also The Bloodsuckers. December 27th, Kama Sutra, also Zita the Wonder Girl. And January 3rd, Sex is a Pleasure, also Teenagers in Trouble in Hot Blood. With the help of sedatives, my mother-in-law is surviving quite well, but one trembles at the thought of what next month may have in store. This is the only cinema serving a small country town and a wide, exclusively agricultural area around it. One could understand a bill of fare of this sort being offered by one of perhaps half a dozen cinemas in a large town, but is this really what the population of rural Suffolk wants as a sole diet? If so, we've come a long way from the maypole and the Morris dance. Now, of course, we could discuss the phallic imagery of the maypole for a long time as well. So this letter offers a really interesting and very accurate snapshot of one rural cinema in 1971. And the list of films gives us a really good insight into film distribution in Britain in the early 70s, particularly away from first-tier chain-owned cinemas. Both Take Me and Love Me and The House of Pleasure were being distributed in the UK by Miracle Films. They were specialists in importing low-budget, popular and exploitation cinema from Europe, and I'll be talking more about them in a minute. Both Wild, Willing and Sexy and Anatomy of Love, which was a sex education film, were distributed by SF distributors. Slaughter of the Vampires and the Bloodsuckers, first released on a double bill by E.J. Fancy Productions in 1967, so this was a reissue 4 years later. And Sex is a Pleasure and Hot Blood were distributed by New Realm Entertainments. So 7 of these films are German or co-productions between Germany and Spain or Austria. 1 film is Italian and 1 is a Swedish-French co-production. And it seems incredible, and this was one of the things that really got me interested in this study in the first place, by 21st century standards, that popular non-art house European films could dominate British cinemas. And yet this was standard practice, as I will demonstrate. So my research over the last 15 years has been in the distribution of European films in the UK, with a focus on independent distributors. And today I will discuss a few examples, looking at who these distributors were, how they acquired the films, how they were marketed, how the censors felt about them, and in one notorious case, how a Swedish film almost brought down the establishment. So I wanted to just begin by, well, I did a lot of interviews in my research, and I spoke to Tony Klinger, who's the son of the Compton co-founder Michael Klinger, and he explained why Compton, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, independent distributor in the UK at the time, would have so many European films on their books. And as you can see here, I won't read the whole thing, but he basically said when you're buying one, like a locomotive, you have to buy a lot of carriages. That's part of the way it works, and if you don't, you don't get the other stuff. So that was his explanation for why Compton had so many cheap European films to kind of get rid of as quickly as they could into the cinemas. I also asked Martin Myers, the son of Michael Myers, who ran Miracle Films, about where these films came from. And he explained that he went on European buying trips, and he went with his dad when he was a teenager. And he says, I remember going to Rome with him. He used to go to Rome a lot and Paris. He used to buy a lot of French and Italian films. He went to Munich to buy a lot of films like the Lolas and the Maria Browns. And he also, or Brauns, he also brought some Swiss films, a lot of the sexy films from this guy called Erwin Dietrich. So independent British distributors were a vital part of the European film economy. And European films about sex, or films which could be exploited for their sexual content, were a significant force in the programming of British cinemas, as a report from the Institute for Economic Affairs pointed out in 1966. not every non-English speaking film which is acclaimed by the critics manages to find screen space in the London art houses. Of those that do and delight audiences, a minute number receive a nationwide showing, and then usually in a dubbed version, and because there is an exploitable sex angle. So the general public had long perceived European cinema as being more sexually open and explicit, something which Eric Schaeffer, who's already been mentioned once today, explains stemmed in part from wartime exploits in Europe being bragged about when the servicemen returned home. Paris, with its Moulin Rouge and the Can-Can, became the epitome of France as a sexy nation, cemented in the English language with the terms French letter and French kissing, of course. So cinema exploited this, naturally, and for a while France seemed to own sex in films, and stylists like Brigitte Bardot became the figurehead of erotic Europeanism in the late 1950s. According to a Sight and Sound article in 1954, 72 films just in 3 months, January to March of that year, received an X certificate, and of those, 26 alone were French. So this all contributed to the pervasive perception of French cinema as risque. And you can see evidence of this in things like Continental Film Review, which is a British monthly magazine. And in the 1950s, it focused almost exclusively on images of sexy women from French and Italian films, and Brigitte Bardot, I think, was in pretty much every issue. But perhaps inevitably an air of seediness and decrepitude developed in this type of cinema, and audiences began to notice the fresh-faced innocence of Scandinavian girls, who by the mid-60s were also, as we've heard, interested in expressing themselves sexually in cinema, at least, did not need to do it covered in makeup and wearing expensive negligees, which was the kind of the norm for the Italian and French films. Sex in Scandinavian films offered a rationality, modernity, and naturalness that was kind of missing in those French and Italian films, and they found particular resonance amongst audiences in Britain. Sex had changed from something sinful, which only promiscuous people engaged in, to becoming something natural which everyone needed in order to be happy, healthy, and satisfied members of society. So the transition towards the popularity of Scandinavian film in Britain is reflected in some of these later issues of Continental Film Review, where we can see that Ingmar Bergman films began to gain recognition, and on the front cover there. And then just gradually the words Sweden and Swedish become a marketing tool all on their own in some of these other articles, as we can see. And a sort of byword for sexy cinema as we go through the 60s and into the 70s. The Lustful Vicar in the middle there. And there's more, finally a Torgny Wickman film there. So before I go any further, I just want to talk a little bit about who these British distributors were that were importing these films. So the aim of my research has been to contextualize and analyze those who were involved in distribution in the 60s and 70s, to look at, like I said, there's a diversity of film in Britain. So I've looked at many different distributors, but I wanted today to focus on Miracle Films, Compton, and several companies that were all owned by a man called E.J. Fancy. So we'll begin with Miracle Films. Miracle was formed just after the war and was run by three men, Phil Kuttner, Dickie Michaels, and Michael Myers. And in the 50s, they also employed Tony Tenser as director of publicity before he left to form Compton with Michael Klinger in 1960. The one thing that everybody knows about Michael Myers, there on the left, is that he turned John Carpenter's Assault on Precinct 13 into a hit in the UK. So to pay tribute, Carpenter named his killer after him in Halloween. So despite having a career in the film industry spanning over 4 decades, this is basically the only thing that ever gets written about Michael Myers, even in the official history of the Film Distributors Association, which was published in 2016. You may also have heard the Miracle tagline, "If it's a good film, it's a miracle." But I've yet to find any archival evidence that that was used by Miracle Films. There was a Miracle Films in New York, that distributed a Marilyn Chambers film, and they said that, but I don't think these guys said it. They preferred to say that they were the greatest name in continental pictures. Continental being another word for saucy. So Phil Kuttner, the managing director, was interviewed in 1970 for an industry publication, and he was asked, how does a small independent company like Miracle Films survive in competition with the majors? That is a very good question, and the answer is very simple. As neither of the major circuits has any obligation to book my films other than those which make money for them, I have to choose the films that make the most money. And generally speaking, I seem to have found this particular formula. So there's not much interest in art. This is purely about business. I recently tracked down and spoke to a former employee of Miracle Films, Wally Coates, who's now 91. And he worked at Miracle from 1970 until he retired. So I asked him about the reputation that Miracle had and the formula that Phil Kuttner refers to there and the films they were known for. He said, you know what the films were like that Miracle had in those days. I'd heard of the films before I went to work there. People said, that's Miracle Films. Why do you want to go and work there? In those days, they were soft porn, I suppose you could put it. They were very popular in those days. It was the 1970s and everything was coming to life, you might say. Everybody was doing anything, putting inhibitions aside and doing their thing. They were popular, but I didn't understand. I saw one or two and I thought, what a boring film. I'm glad I didn't have to pay to see it. Why on earth did people pay to go and see them? Obviously, it's a good job they did. It kept me in work, but they were nothing like the ones I started off with in the 50s when I worked at Fox and the good films they had then. Phil Kuttner went on, he was asked about censorship and sex films in that interview. They asked him, do you feel the need for screen censorship? And he said, yes, I do. I've seen many films on my travels that I think would be very bad for the industry if they ever reached the screen. And without screen censorship, there would be people quite prepared to try and get them on the screen. Not him, of course. They would get them on the screen. This would bring the business down to complete disrepute. How bad are these films you see on the continent? Again, continental. Sex and violence in pictures shown both on the continent and in America is pretty grim, not only from the point of view of salaciousness, but downright hardcore pornography. The violence is of the most horrible kind, the kind that would encourage people to violence, the kind that makes you feel quite sick. Of course, 1970, films were about to get a lot more violent, so I hope he was prepared. So I just wanted to give an example. In 1970, so that same year, Miracle acquired the rights to the film Anne and Eve, and they retitled it Anybody's. And this film was so hot that according to the press book, on arrival in England, all the scene stills were seized by customs as obscene. So I don't know, has anyone ever seen this one? Maybe, yeah, of course, I'm in the right room. So it's about a young woman, Eve, who's taken on holiday to Yugoslavia by what's described as an embittered lesbian film critic, Anne, who might also be a murderer, which is quite a combination. And Anne is determined to corrupt Eve so that she will no longer want to get married. So Miracle submitted this to the British Board of Film Censors, the BBFC, and they had some concerns. The key scenes in this picture have a very objectionable flavour and will need drastic pruning even for the new X. So cuts were requested to substantially shorten a scene in which Eve is prepared for lesbian seduction, cuts to people stubbing out cigarettes on a man's bare legs, removal of a scene in which Eve is making love to a man whilst he imagines making love to Anne, and also reductions to a rape scene. So these were the requests that were made to get an X. I should also mention, in case I don't later, up until 1970, an X certificate meant 16-year-olds could go and see it. But in 1970, that changed to 18, which meant that films no longer had to be cut to be suitable for children, ostensibly. So this was having an impact right around the time that this was all happening in 1970. So Miracle, and a lot of, you see this a lot in the documentation with the BBFC, the distributors would enter a dialogue and negotiation about the cuts. And Miracle argued that the man whose legs were being used to stub out cigarettes was in fact a wax dummy. They also objected to the use of the word rape regarding the scene that was mentioned, arguing that Eva was a willing participant in the events. So, but in the end, all of the cuts were made that they asked for, more or less, except for the scene they wanted removed was instead reduced. Now, I spoke to another Miracle former employee, Joseph Murray. He was employed by Miracle at the age of 19 in 1969, and he told me something about the way they worked with the chief censor, who was John Trevelyan. There was another interesting aspect to my job, because we did censor cutting as well, right? I mean, when they started importing these softcore films from Italy, Spain, and France, and so on, and John Trevelyan was the film censor, I'd be told to go and get a bottle of Johnny Walker. We'd be in the preview theatre downstairs, and basically I just sat on the floor next to him and just topped him up all the time. The more drunk he got, the more lenient he'd be on the cuts. So I can't help but wonder if that was still happening in 1970, because the BBFC did eventually give Anybody's an X, and they agreed with Miracle that the man on the table was clearly a wax dummy. I'm going to show you the clip and see what you think.
It was a humorous little idea of mine. But you interpreted it as a deep fundamental symbolism, so that the Swedish distributors were afraid to let me put another correct ending to the film. You see? Martine, I'm drinking to you. Viva.
I don't think that was a wax dummy. I don't know about you. So they managed to pull the wool over the censor's eyes there. Wally Coates also remembered Anybody's and credited it as having significant impact on the industry at the time. He said, yes, they did well at the time when those sorts of films were popular. There was no shortage of cinemas taking them. Initially, I think it was only the independents taking them, and then I think it was ABC. They took a film called, what was it called? Anybody's. And that sort of opened the floodgates, you might say, in a way. Everybody started playing that sort of stuff, that sort of film. So he was saying that the films were initially only taken by the smaller second-run, second-tier theatres, but ABC were in the circuit, quite a dominant circuit in the UK. And they took Anybody's, and then anybody took Anybody's. So moving on to Compton. They were founded in 1960, and they first screened European nudist films in their own private cinema club on the old Compton Street in Soho. And then eventually they began producing, they couldn't get films fast enough, so they began producing their own nudist films and then other sex-themed films. And then they just grew and grew through the 60s, and over about a 5-year period they became the biggest distributor. They owned a chain of cinemas. They were producing films. They were, they produced some Roman Polanski films, and they really became a really important company. Whilst other mainstream exhibitors such as Rank were closing cinemas, Compton were opening cinemas. So they were doing very well, and they owed it all to beginning as a private cinema club in 1960. Because as a private club, you could import films and screen them without the need for a BBFC certificate. And so sexploitation inevitably was a major part of their programming. Initially, they began by screening films that they felt were important, but yet had been refused a certificate. There were sort of films from Russia and that kind of thing. But they very quickly caught on that they'd make much more money if they showed these movies. So I have an eyewitness report from 1966, so a bit late really, but the Compton Film Club was still going by this point. The film shows at the Compton Cinema and others are really only an extension of the French and Swedish films that can be seen elsewhere under an X certificate. The films with titles such as Sin Crazy, Passionate Nights in Paris and the like, I think he's made those up, have not been given a certificate by the film censor, and they cannot be seen by the general public unless they are a member of a film club such as the Compton. You can become a member at the door. So it was very easy to become a member. You filled out a little form. I think you had to wait about 15 minutes, and then you were a member and you could go in. So they didn't make it wasn't like you had to be, white balled or black balled or anything. The torrid scenes shown in the films go so far, but not that far. Suspender belts, stocking tops, lace-trimmed knickers, and exposed breasts are displayed in great profusion. The girls gavotte across the screen with their panting lovers, hotly pursuing them from one bedroom to another, and that is all there is to it. So it paints a pretty vivid picture of what one might expect, thanks to this circumvention of the need for a rating certificate. So many of the films which one might expect to see in the Compton in those days are now, basically, a lot of these films are lost. They're not very easy to track down. But you can see from the sort of existing marketing materials of the kinds of films that you could catch at the Compton Film Club in 1961 and 1963. But it was a mixture. We've got some like westerns, like American films, all kinds of good stuff. So Compton soon developed a distribution network, dubbing themselves the name for Continentals. So again, that idea of continental being a particular signifier for audiences. So again, this film's going to come up every day here, I think. One of the last high-profile European sex films that were acquired by Compton, because Compton kind of dissolved in about 1966, 67. So one of the last films they picked up was I, a Woman, which was obviously produced by Radley Metzger. So it had an interesting heritage itself. And it was described in the Compton publicity, up there somewhere, as a totally new concept in artistic motion pictures for adults, whereas John Trevelyan at the BBFC described it as a picture of nymphomania leading to prostitution without in any way serving as a discouragement. And so the film was refused a certificate on its initial submission. They couldn't just object to specific visuals to cut them out. That wasn't enough. The problem was the theme, which suggested at the end of the picture that prostitution could be enjoyable for the prostitute. Now, I've seen I, a Woman, and that's not my reading of the film at all, but that's how they saw it. So some cuts were made, and a modified version of the film received X certificates from local authorities, but not from the BBFC. And this is a quirk of the British censorship system, is that your film might be rejected by the British Board of Film Censors, but you can just go to local councils, and the councils are the ones who legally have the power to give a film a certificate. And we'll see this is the case later on in my presentation. So I, a Woman did get some distribution, but there were, in one town you could see it, in another town it was banned, and so on. All I did was obviously people just hop on a bus to go somewhere to see it. John Trevelyan later compared the film with the 1967 release of Belle de Jour, a film which he described as containing explicit sexual perversions, but its quality was undeniable. And then he says, at the other end of the scale, we had a Swedish film, I, a Woman, which we regarded as pornographic and therefore banned it. He then goes on in his memoirs to credit I, a Woman, and you've mentioned this earlier today, with encouraging the release of other pornographic films in the US, following its commercial success there, starting the sexual revolution in movies. But we can see just in his comments there that he's saying one film, Belle de Jour, is fine because it's artistic, whereas I, a Woman is just trash. And the BBFC were like that, although there's a lot of cultural capital running through their decisions. If this is a film for a lower class audience, we have to treat it more harshly than if it's going to be watched in an art house cinema. And they specifically say that in a lot of the documentation I've read, that it all depends on what kind of cinema it's going to be shown in as to what certificate they would give it. It's just, we love the class system in the UK. Everything is about class, ultimately. So John Trevelyan, there's a great quote that I like to use from him. Many people seem to think that a film censor has an enjoyable time watching films all day that show naked people copulating. Which is probably true. Certainly true based on the material that I've researched in the BBFC archives. He wasn't that far off the mark. He also, at the time now, the BBFC are very good at publishing guidelines that filmmakers can use. But back then there were no established guidelines. You had to take your chance. And that's why often people would send scripts to the BBFC to get some idea of certification before they wasted time making a movie that was going to be cut. So there was no published guidelines, but he said a brief, it's called description of what they did. In a U film, we could allow a man and a woman to be seen going together to a bedroom door. In an A film, they could be seen going into the bedroom and up to the bed. In an X film, they could be seen in or on the bed, engaged in what appeared to be sexual intercourse, provided that there was reasonable discretion in what was shown. And it's that concept of reasonable discretion which allows for, because what's one person's reasonable obviously is not another person's reasonable, so it allows for varied interpretation. And this would give filmmakers a lot of leeway and cause all kinds of problems later on. If they just published some guidelines, they would have saved themselves a lot of trouble. But anyway, sorry, getting back to the distributors, E.J. Fancy, so I mentioned this name already, a fascinating guy. And I've done whole chapters just on this guy. I can't tell you too much, but basically he had a family that ran several distribution companies in the UK, including E.J. Fancy Productions, New Realm, Border Films, DUK Films, SF Distributors. I've got a picture here of the Border Film Office. They'd been running since the 1940s, making their own films, but predominantly importing and supplying cheap European films to cinemas, right through from the 40s into the 70s. In the 60s, they were hugely successful, not only with feature films, but also Mondo documentaries and things like that. I should also add, it's a very complicated family, and when I tried to track down family members to interview them, they all refused to talk to me. Basically, EJ had a wife and 2 children, Malcolm and Adrian, but then he also had a common law wife and 2 more children with them who were roughly the same age as his other children. So he effectively had 2 families, and they lived on a farm near Worthing, and the main family lived in the big house, and the other wife lived in another house in the grounds, and they ran different parts of the company. So by 1975, which is the time, I should also say, it was tense within the family. I think that's why they won't talk to me now. And I spoke to employees who remember arguments about which wife was the best wife and all that kind of stuff. It was very interesting. You know, polygamy wasn't very common in Britain in the 50s. Anyway, so it's quite interesting. So by 1975, which is what I want to focus on, it was an interesting year. So E.J. Fancy was approaching retirement. He'd given the day-to-day running of the business to his 4 children, with Adrian and Malcolm controlling New Realm and SF Distributors. And they were the ones that had acquired Emmanuel and had a lot of financial success with Emmanuel. And then Charles Negus Fancy and Judith Smith, his 2 other children, ran Border Films with their mother, Olive Negus Fancy. So, yeah, they, like I said, Emmanuel made them a lot of money in 1975, but at the same time, in this year, Olive Negus Fancy was convicted for obscenity over a legal screening of More About the Language of Love. And so I'm going to tell you more about that and how that came about. As one film critic pointed out at the time, in a very pro-X film magazine called Cinema X, nobody makes a sex education movie like the Swedes. We can probably all agree. And nobody will make such a supercilious fuss about it more than the British establishment. And this was written, before things really kicked off. So he saw what was coming with this film. So, as we've heard already, the Language of Love films were concerned with sexual needs and fulfillment of women as well as with men. But it was seen by some that the system of representation and the imagery was still kind of skewed towards what we would describe as the male gaze. And in the UK, the censors were concerned with the form. It wasn't the content necessarily, but the form of it that they were concerned about. They didn't want to classify something that could be thought of as indecent, because the BBFC saw an important part of their role as protecting filmmakers from obscenity, because obscenity was something you could be charged with as a crime in the UK. And so for years, the BBFC, whenever people complained about cuts, they're like, look, we're protecting you from being taken to court. They saw themselves as that barrier between the legal framework, such as it was, because the BBFC have no legal remit. They're a kind of self-appointed body by the film industry. They're not a government body. So it's a very weird British arrangement. But anyway, so they were concerned about these sorts of films. So before I get to more about the language of love, it's just I wanted to bring up some of the antecedents of this period, because the BBFC, although they had no published guidelines, they based a lot of what they did on precedent. So if something had happened before, they would work on that to figure out what to do next time. So SF Distributors, one of the fancy companies, in 1969, they submitted the German film The Wonder of Love to the BBFC. And so this was the first time really that one of these sex education films from Europe had been given to the BBFC. So they took it seriously. They hosted a screening of the film with experts, psychiatrists and therapists to learn their views before making a decision. And there's a long discussion that they had with John Trevelyan, the BBFC secretary, and the BBFC president himself, Lord Harlech. Like I said, again, the class system, you can have a lord at the top of it. I've read the full documentation related to this discussion that they had. All four of the experts there expressed the opinion that there was still a great deal of ignorance among young people about sexual matters in relation to marriage relationships. And that although probably, I think we can agree, some people might go and see this kind of film for the wrong reasons, they could certainly be helpful to people who were ignorant. For that reason, they were of the opinion that in principle, such films should be passed for public exhibition. And they all said, which is interesting, that if by passing such films the board came in for criticism, they would be prepared to publicly support the board's decision. They were all of the opinion that there was nothing in this film which they would personally want removed, although they appreciated that there were areas which suggested at least some degree of commercial exploitation. So as a result of this very positive meeting, they decided to pass The Wonder of Love with an X. There were a few little cuts, but they passed it. So then they had to suddenly decide of some sort of policy that they were going to do, an internal policy. It was decided that the BBFC should accept the sex education film in principle, but we should not be more generous to sex scenes than we would be to similar scenes in feature films. This should enable us to keep out the more extravagant exploitation. They thought. It didn't work. So the fancies had prompted this decision by submitting The Wonder of Love, and that enabled then for films like The Language of Love, Sweden, got to tell people it's Swedish. So this enabled The Language of Love to also receive an X certificate. However, the problem was, again, going back to ambiguity, they said this idea of avoiding extravagant exploitation, and that could mean anything, right? So this is a problem. So Language of Love had a successful, trouble-free first run in London cinemas, but initially it was refused a BBFC certificate. Like I said before, the BBFC, they were a bit nervous, so they instead passed it over to the GLC, the Greater London Council, who did give it an X, which then enabled other cinemas other councils around the country to give it an X certificate. Because the BBFC wanted to test the waters without putting themselves directly in the firing line, basically. Which I suppose makes sense, but it's a bit cowardly. So in a letter in 1970, John Trevelyan was in a dialogue with, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but Ove Vallius of the Swedish film production investment. They were in discussion about the Language of Love film. So Ove said, we are perfectly aware of the censor problem all our foreign customers have, and we're trying to solve this problem by making our films in two versions. This may seem strange to you, but you can be absolutely sure that even the hot version will not be dirty. He's the one who put hot in exclamation marks in the letter, quotation marks. It is, as you say, only a question of your country's view of morality. Our directors want to be free to show life as it is, and this perhaps shocks people in countries where they are not familiar with this kind of freedom. And we are easily shocked, the British, I have to say. Therefore, in order to save important markets, we have to do some scenes in a cooler version, but still make them as artistic as possible. Now, this is an interesting thing that's raised in this letter, because it's not clear from any of the archival material I have seen what scenes they shot in a cooler version or a hot version, whether there were any differences in the end between what was made and shown here in Sweden and what was seen in the UK. I really don't know, and perhaps we can talk about that later. Valia stresses the artistry of the films here and attempts to play down any suggestion that their films are dirty. Although you could argue that by bringing up the word dirty, that's kind of protesting and having the opposite effect. But John Trevelyan was an interesting guy. So he's the BBFC chief, the secretary, the chief censor. But he often was very supportive of filmmakers and wanted to understand what they were doing. Like there's a very famous case of Andy Warhol's films being prosecuted in London, and John Trevelyan got involved and met with Andy Warhol and wanted to understand his process. And so in the letters in this dialogue here, John Trevelyan arranged to go to Stockholm for a week to meet with the Swedish film production investment and to meet with some of the directors to talk to them and understand more about what they were doing. So he was taking this all very seriously. So despite being willing to accept sex education films in principle, and one of the examiners wrote that Language of Love was a very good film of its kind, complete sincerity, helpful to many people, always puts emphasis on love, not sex. BBFC decided to leave it, like I said, to local authorities to decide on the suitability of the film. So although John Trevelyan says that it was a sincere film, which was made with the best of intentions, he avoided controversy as much as possible. He even also said that the film is obviously sincere, the doctors talk a good deal of sense. Indeed, I think it would be helpful to a number of people. So it was passed with an X by the GLC in late 1970, with some brief close-ups from a sequence towards the end of the film which depicts nightclubs, strippers, pornographic bookshops, mini-skirted girls and so on in rapid succession were removed. And anecdotal evidence suggests that Language of Love was reaching its intended audience. John Trevelyan wrote in his memoirs, "One elderly man told me that if he'd seen this film 20 years ago, his marriage and his life would have been much happier." And so Trevelyan said, having had to see all these films, I must be the most sexually educated man in Britain. So that was 1970. By 1971, the BBFC were ready to reconsider their position because the film had not really had any trouble as it had been passed by these local authorities. So they wanted to check, though. So The Language of Love was still playing in many cinemas in 1971. So they sent an examiner, a former military man, I think he was a colonel, to the JC on the Charing Cross Road, which is a cinema that I'm going to talk about again soon, to watch Language of Love. And so we get eyewitness reports of what the audience were doing in watching these films. And he said that the audience was typical of that area, consisting completely of males. And he observed that there was a rather unnatural silence during some of the more sexually specific episodes. But then that wasn't enough. He went again to a cinema which he described as a good class family type cinema down in Portsmouth. He went to an almost full house on a Saturday evening where he said it consisted mainly of a mixed younger audience. They obviously appeared to enjoy the film. There was no snide laughter or remarks, but some healthy laughter was raised by the thought of making love in boots, the man's large moustache during the lovemaking, and a near hysterical shout from the women during the sequence when a vibrator is set in motion. Now he didn't go on his own, he took some friends, and they all were not shocked, they thought it was interesting. So he concluded that sex instructional films made with integrity can be passed for viewing under a board certificate. So I should be able to just say the end. But it wasn't the end, there was more. It wasn't that straightforward. Oh yeah, I forgot I had pictures. There's the JC on the Charing Cross Road. There's the man's moustache that made everyone laugh. Yeah, so, okay, that's the right one. 3 years later, 1974, two plain-clothed policemen, Chief Inspector Smith and Police Sergeant Collins, entered the JC on the Charing Cross Road, where More About the Language of Love had already been playing to audiences 5 times a day for 6 weeks. That's not bad. I mean, I'm assuming it's the same print as well. It must have been so battered, but it was still going. 5 times a day for 6 weeks in one cinema in the West End. So Chief Inspector Smith said the cinema has a seedy air entirely in keeping with its clientele and the films they came to watch. So then he also described the cinema. The front of the cinema outside had a huge poster that just said, guess what? Sweden. And then there were pillars along the front which were wrapped. There are some pillars there you can see, and they had the words on there, more about the language of love. And then there were posters on display in the lobby that said things like, visually shows the intimacies of love, and that it is sex education in the Swedish manner, frank, forthright, and explicit. And then another poster explained, and this one's a weird one, new from Sweden, fully explains sex techniques for the handicapped. If you've seen The Language of Love, you'll want to see more about the language of love. So that was the marketing approach once you went into the lobby of the cinema. So they bought their tickets, bargain 99p each, and then the two policemen entered the auditorium, where the usherette asked, see if there's one, why do you want to see this film? It's sex, sex, sex all the time. So the policeman, is that so? Inspector Smith replied, to which the response was, she even puts it in her mouth. Appalling. So with that exchange, they went into the balcony and estimated the auditorium could hold up to 500 people. They found the audience mostly consisting of men. Again, this is the same cinema where 3 years earlier there'd been a screening of Language of Love, which had all been men. Although there were a few couples, apparently. There were even tourists, and the film program began with a Castrol-sponsored film about motor racing, and then more about the Language of Love began. They sat through the entire film. They noted the audience was around 250 people. Again, doing the maths about the number of screenings and how many weeks and how many people each time, this is making a lot of money. And he said that the people were talking mostly amongst themselves during the medical discussions, but when, however, sexual activity was shown, there was utter silence. And the audience viewed in rapt attention. And Chief Inspector Smith Chief Inspector Smith ended his report with his view that the film was criminally obscene. And just for me, it's a bit of fun. This was all on my birthday. So I like to remember this every year. So that's what happened on the 26th of July, 1974. More about the Language of Love had first been submitted to the BBFC 2 years earlier, by which point John Trevelyan had retired and there was a new censor, Stephen Murphy. The board declined to issue a certificate. It was resubmitted, it was cut down and resubmitted again, December 1973, and again the board declined the film. Now the original documentation to this particular film has been lost by the BBFC, or burned maybe, I don't know. They've lost it anyway. But in the... So Enid Wistrick, who was head of the film viewing board at the GLC, summarised the BBF, what she felt were the BBFC's reservations, which was not to the explicit nature, particularly of the final sequence of the film, but ranged vaguely around a feeling that Stephen Murphy evidently had that some of the sequences were exploitative rather than educational intent, meaning that he felt that they were included for sexual stimulation rather than instruction. And then a few years later, James Furman, who later became the secretary as well, he wrote a letter to a Conservative MP who was working on a bill about censorship. This was in 1977. And he also summarised what they thought about the film, that Language of Love is in fact a quite moral one, since it is concerned primarily to encourage happy marriages, and its message is a plea for tenderness in sexual relationships and for greater understanding by men of the needs of women. And then he says, I have far less sympathy for the More About film, since its motives seem to me decidedly more prurient. So these were the issues that they had with More About the Language of Love. But the GLC then, so like before, the distributors took it to the GLC. The distributor was Grand National in this one. And a meeting was held March 1974, and opinions were divided. They had a screening at the film viewing board. There were a lot of debates around, is this pornography, is this educational, the same thing we've been talking about earlier that there is no answer to. But they kind of questioned the film. The council was Labour, it was quite left-leaning, and so some of the members of the council wanted to give the film a AA certificate, meaning it would be suitable for 14-year-olds. But that was never going to happen. So eventually a vote was held, and they decided to grant it an X. So the film had an X certificate. Not a BBFC awarded X, but it had an X, so it could legally be screened in the cinemas in London, which included the JC. So despite this, which should have acted as a protection, I mentioned before about the certification being a protection against prosecution, that was not enough for this guy, Raymond Blackburn. I'll tell you a little about him. He was a disgraced former MP. I think he'd become an alcoholic and he'd fallen out of politics. So to regain some sense of self-importance, he became a moral campaigner. And so he decided to take this film on as a personal crusade. So in July 1974, he went twice to see more about the language of love. Once on his own, and then once again with his friend and fellow moralist, Lord Longford. Just quickly show you a picture. That's Lord Longford. We'll come back to him. So he went once on his own. He was so appalled he had to go and see it again with Lord Longford. So Lord Longford was a campaigner for the nationwide Festival of Light. They were a movement actively fighting the permissive society in the UK. So Blackburn wrote a letter to the police about the film, and in which he said, "No man is in fact incorruptible. If a film were to influence only 2 or 3 persons to become dangerous sexual perverts, the consequences for innocent persons and perhaps young persons contaminated as a result might be unthinkable." So he's partaking of the media harm discourse, but he's obviously incorruptible himself, right? He also said in the same letter, "I have seen blue films in Amsterdam. Some of the sequences in this film would form part of such blue films." So it's very well known that Lord Longford took a research trip to Copenhagen to research pornography. And it seems like they're trying to get on the bandwagon, on the moral bandwagon. And man Raymond Blackburn decided to go on a fact-finding trip to Amsterdam to watch lots of porn, so he could come back and complain about it. So he didn't go to Copenhagen. I did check. I spoke to people who went on that trip, and he wasn't there. So he's just done this on his own. So meanwhile then, so Lord Longford, as I mentioned, he had a very long preoccupation with pornography. This was an enduring part of his political life. It's probably the thing he's best remembered for. He delivered a long speech in the House of Lords in 1971 entitled "Pornography in Britain," where he raised his concerns. Pornography, in my conviction, has increased, is increasing, and ought to be diminished. That is my profound conviction. And then he mentions language of love. For example, there is a film showing in London now, and I understand it is showing elsewhere, called The Language of Love, which displays the full sex act explicitly. A censorship board would still place a ban on that kind of thing. And in fact, the board did not give a license to The Language of Love. It was refused a license by the Film Censorship Board, but granted one by the GLC. There's a bit of politics going on here, because obviously the GLC were Labour and so on. So when we're trying to find out who are the people who have allowed all this kind of thing to appear on the screen or elsewhere, we must carry out our inquiry quite fully. It may be we have to blame the government, the state of the law, the censor, or the GLC, or other local authorities. But at any rate, let us try to find who are responsible for this situation in which we find ourselves. So it was Raymond Blackburn's complaint to the police in July 1974 which triggered the More About the Language of Love prosecution trial, with charges being made against 3 people or groups: JC Limited, who owned the cinema, Fancy Associates, who dealt with the programming, and Lionel Parsons, who was the cinema manager. Poor guy. So the distribution company themselves, Grand National, were not involved in the case at all. So the police went back to the cinema on the 10th of August and seized the print. And then they were informed by the manager, Lionel Parsons, that the film was screened under instruction from Fancy Associates, who leased the cinema from JC. So Chief Inspector Smith travelled up to Birmingham to speak to George Cohen, manager of the JC Group. JC were a big chain of independently owned chain of cinemas all over the UK, but they were based in Birmingham. So he explained that they had this gentleman's agreement with Fancy Associates. There was no formal contract. When he was asked if he'd ever seen More About the Language of Love, Cohen said that he had not, but he had been informed by an employee that the 10 minutes he had seen was degrading. So then 3 days later, Chief Inspector Smith goes to visit Olive Negus Fancy, who was, like I said, she was at Border Films, but also controlled Fancy Associates. So she explained how this arrangement worked. It was known as forewalling. She said, we pay to JC a guaranteed sum of money each week, whether the film makes a profit or not, and then they get a percentage over and above that, depending on ticket sales, which, as I've mentioned, were doing pretty well. So this arrangement meant that JC had no control over what was shown, and Fancy either provided films from their own catalogue, which they had lots of films at Border, or other independent distributors. Olive also admitted that she had not seen More About the Language of Love either, but did not feel that it was necessary, given that it had received an X certificate from the GLC, which is very reasonable. So anyway, the court case. I'm getting to the culmination of all this. It wasn't until June 1975, actually, when they were charged, Regina versus JC, Lionel Parsons and Fancy Associates, with the Honourable Gwyn Morris QC presiding. The jury consisted of 9 men and 3 women. There were initially 2 charges, but the second, keeping a disorderly house, was dropped, and the remaining charge was that the defendants did unlawfully and scandalously show to members of the public who had paid for admission a film entitled More About the Language of Love. I don't know why the paid bit was particularly relevant. If they'd have come in for free, it would have been fine, I don't know. The defence lawyer felt the case was unfair from the beginning because, and he's right, the defendants had all acted within the law. So the film had received a certificate from the licensing authority, and therefore, if they were found guilty, the case would have serious implications on the whole system of British censorship. He also tried to appeal to a sense of local pride when he stated, film cannot outrage persons of London. We live in a plural society where minorities are tolerated and the film makes a contribution to public decency. And also, proving something was indecent was not going to be an easy task. Even the Home Secretary, I'm missing some of my slides. The Home Secretary had admitted quite recently, it was around the time of this case, 1974, that basically it was completely impossible to give any sensible definition of indecency. And this was entirely the problem with the Obscene Publications Act, that it's all based on interpretation. There is no way to actually say what it is. And the Obscene Publications Act itself stated, no film shall be exhibited at a licensed cinema which is likely to encourage or incite to crime, lead to disorder, or to stir up hatred against any section of the public in Great Britain on grounds of colour, race, ethnic or national origins, or the effect of which, if taken as a whole, is such as to tend to deprave and corrupt persons who are likely to see it. So that's what they had to base their decision on. The jury had to interpret that. So they sat and watched the film in the courtroom, wondering which bits were quiet, which bits they laughed at, and we're not sure. But the film was screened in full to the jury. The judge gave some closing remarks, and then it took the jury just 40 minutes. Do you want to guess? Was it guilty or not guilty? It was guilty. So the judge then said, I entirely agree with the jury's verdict. Thank them in the name of the public. And in his closing remarks, he pours out all of his own personal feelings about these kinds of films and how terrible they are. And again, there's a lot of kind of class bias to films like this. So JC and Fancy were both fined £500 each. Poor old Lionel Parsons, who was just running a cinema, he had no control over any of this, was fined 50 quid. So, as was pointed out in the trial and in some press articles at the time, if they were found guilty, this was going to completely cause British film censorship to collapse, because it was it was based entirely on that not happening, and then it did. But for reasons that I still haven't been able to work out, it didn't happen. It's like this big seismic decision was made, and then they just carried on as normal, and that's the end. So I don't know really why it didn't happen. It's quite interesting. But you know, a film with a legal certificate to be prosecuted for obscenity was unheard of, and as far as I can tell, has never happened again. It was the whole raison d'etre of the BBFC. I think the BBFC perhaps kicked up a little bit more of an effort to prevent this kind of thing from happening, but yeah. Why it didn't then cause the whole thing to be overhauled, I'm still not clear. Raymond Blackburn, however, he was very emboldened by his win. So he then attempted a private prosecution of Language of Love, which was still playing. So let's not forget, that was it 1969, Language of Love? So 1975, it's still playing in London. So he attempted a private prosecution, and this time the case failed. They threw it out. And the distributor quickly rushed out a new poster to celebrate the fact that this film was still available. It's a bit misleading because it says the film they tried to ban. I mean, it's the film one man tried to ban, because no one else agreed with him in this case. So it's a bit of a stretch. And I love the fact that they reproduced the newspaper on the poster. So, yeah, Swedish film has remained a euphemism for sexy in the UK ever since. And I guess one could argue the fact that I was invited here and that we're all here today might mean that that continues to be justified. Thank you very much.
Let's do a 5-minute break and come back with our next guest. Okay, ladies and germs, please take your seats. You're in for a bumpy ride. Lisa, shut up. We're starting again. We are live and direct to the world, streaming. So I'm very, very happy to introduce our next speaker, Jason Carter, British citizen still, yeah, and Swedish, who has lived in Sweden for a long time, and an old fan of Club Super 8, but also a scholar and a film student who has done a very, very interesting piece on how Torgny Wickman's film Anita has been perceived over the years. But that will not be the topic of today, but you can actually read it online, right? So without further ado, give a big hand to Jason Carter.
Thank you very much. I made the mistake of doing my presentation in 16:9, and I forgot that Folkets Hus predates 16:9 is 4:3, so I fixed it, and it should look good. So, just basically introducing myself, as Rick had said, I recently completed a master's at Stockholm's University. Close to the microphone. Close to the microphone. And I completed a master's at Stockholm University, for which I studied Torgny Wickman's 1973 film Anita, starring Stellan Skarsgård and Christina Lindberg. And what I found interesting about the film is how it changes as a cultural object over its 50 years history, how it starts as this mainstream sex film for mainstream audiences in high street cinemas, and it goes on to a forgotten, ignored object, and then it becomes this cult thing for fans of the unusual, and eventually it becomes reclaimed, Ricard re-releases it, and it becomes an object of academic study. So I went about this by looking at newspapers, magazines, and seeing about when Anita pops its head up above the cultural parapet. And so I've gone back to that today because I wanted to present a slightly more focused approach, or a focused look at some of the articles I've found, and I've split this into two parts. The first is going to be a quick look at the Swedish film establishment's attitude to the sex film and to Wickman in general, and where he found himself before Anita, and how he become known as the master of the Swedish sex film. And then to look at how the local press in Katrineholm covered Wickman's arrival and the production of Anita in this small town, and the eventual reaction to the premiere there. So this is the story of when the sex master came to Katrineholm. And I do have to give a trigger warning for images of Harry Schein, so please don't be alarmed. One of them is semi-naked. So in 1973, when he came to make Anita, Wickman could look back on a nearly 40-year long career of filmmaking. In his own characteristically playful, boastful words, he claimed by this time to have made a remarkably specific 1,586 films, encompassing newsreel, promotion, and feature films. His long experience of filmmaking lent an air of being a professional, dependable, and reliable director, if not a somewhat workmanlike one. The social cultural winds had shifted rapidly throughout the 60s, as we've heard, with the growing reputation of Swedish cinema as a sinful place, where cinematic carnal pleasures could be enjoyed, delivered with a side serving of cultural cachet with which to allay any guilty feelings. The nascent Swedish Film Institute, founded in 1963 by the totemic figure of Harry Schein, viewed this trend both with caution and with a sense of Swedish cultural exceptionalism. The mixture of sex and art, which Swedish film was becoming associated with, was perfectly acceptable, as it was naturally in the best possible taste. Schein himself, in the Film Institute's Film in Sweden, a journal aimed at the international promotion of Swedish quality film, penned a short article tackling the unique way that Swedish directors combined the carnal with the artistic. Titled The Swedish Knack, which is of course a reference to the Richard Lester take on the sexual revolution, the knack and how to get it, Schein bemoans the manner in which different cultures have, in his view at least, managed to misinterpret the liberal Swedish attitude to on-screen sex, which he felt revealed less about Swedish films than the moral preconceptions of our foreign friends. Swedish love is not freer, more immoral, more healthy, more perverse than love in other nations. But the attitude of Swedish society towards sex is more liberal, more relaxed. This is reflected in Swedish films, not only through what is allowed or prohibited by the film censors, but by what is accepted by the press, the churches, the audiences, and the opinion makers, what our establishment considers to be good taste. Schein gives and takes away with this opinion. It is entirely up to the establishment, the press, the opinion makers, to decide what is good and bad taste, just as the SFI, or Swedish Film Institute, decides what is and isn't quality film. The establishment are sharpening their knives to deal with anyone seeking merely to use Swedish sex for profit. Shine pithily sums up the dichotomy the Swedish tastemakers face when presented with an international desire for Swedish sex. Shine notes the speculative nature of the Swedish approach to sex, aimed clearly at the lesser producer than those the Institute favoured. Of course, our Swedish producers gamble on sex. Unlike producers in other countries, they want to make money, and they imagine this can be done by gambling on films that people want to see, which is an incredible description of non-Swedish producers as being uniquely opportunistic, and Swedish producers being opportunistic in terms of profitability. I mean, the first thing I think of when I mention a film producer is a sort of altruistic figure concerned purely with art, aesthetic, and beauty. I mean, can you imagine anything as gauche as a film producer trying to make a profit? Unthinkable. Shine stakes a claim to the American sexual revolution being led by people who frequent art cinemas where Swedish films are shown. And these are clearly tastemakers with excellent taste. The British are not, however, deemed capable of seeing the revolutionary Swedish knack. In England, these films are not shown at art cinemas, but in Soho. This is not only because of the peculiar English system of distribution, but probably also because of certain types of English film critics who react to sex in Swedish films in a supremely blasé manner, as if sex belonged to their bygone days. These critics also succeed in filling me with a feeling of provincialism and technical backwardness. I may as well admit it straight off. We Swedes have not yet succeeded in replacing sex with hot water bottles. A possible explanation may be the superiority of Swedish plumbers. The advanced Swedish attitude to sex is clearly far too much for your average Brit. Quite by coincidence, Torgny Wickman's 1960 short film, Det glömda rummet, The Forgotten Room, was a commission for the Swedish porcelain manufacturer Gustavsberg to promote their range of bathroom fittings and indeed proves the superiority of Swedish plumbers, as well as a certain knack for nudity. For those who subscribe to auteurist readings, it's possible to detect in film certain Wickmanist qualities that would later feed through to his box office successes. This film, shot as the sexual revolution was starting to make waves, allows us to see Wickman as someone ready and eager to embrace the possibilities of the new openness and attitudes to nudity. The film opens with a card loftily declaring the promotional film to be a social report by Torgny Wickman, the same phrase he would later use to describe Anita's deadly serious attempt to analyse the phenomenon of teenage nymphomania. Wickman tackles his brief in a poetic, educational manner, yet his script cannot resist offering up the opportunity to enjoy the old-fashioned Carl Larsson style of bathroom, as a towel-clad female model scrubs the back of another naked girl in a bathtub. Indeed, throughout the short film, Wickman offers the viewer more glimpses of the naked female form than the sinks and bidets where Gustavsberg hopes our focus will be. I think this clip demonstrates Wickman's unique mix of competence and voyeurism. So see what you think about Swedish plumbing after this brief excerpt.
Och nu, mina damer och herrar, ska vi släppa lös en kaskad av badrum med färg och fantasi. Sådana som badrum bör vara för att uppfylla det motto som vi inledde med. Ett badrum, en salle de bain, en badsal där man kan leva, andas och trivas i vattnet. I det här badrummet som är klätt med svart kakel på alla väggar utom en finns det särskilt bås för bidén och en skärmad dusch. Den väggen som står emot kaklet är täckt av tapet. Det är någonting som vi mycket väl kan ta efter lite var. Så har badrummet 2 stora ljusspridande fönster och ett lite trivsamt toalettbord som ytterligare markerar badrummets karaktär av rum att vara i.
So as a Brit, I'm completely immune to that. I don't know what's going on there. So. But this mixture of competent, workmanlike direction, high-minded aspirations, and the appreciation and exhibition of the naked female body would stand Wickman in good stead for the rest of his career. His special interest in the female body fortuitously coincides with the growing international interest in Swedish sin and naked bodies on screen. Wickman's career, of course, took a seismic shift, economically and critically, once he entered into his collaboration with Inge Iversson and Swedish Film Production Investment. Established in 1968 as part of the Klondike spirit that saw production companies spring up to capitalize on the global interest in, and more importantly, global market for, cinematic portrayals of Swedish sex and nudity. The English title of the company is worth noting. Iverson is clearly letting foreign buyers curious to buy Swedish film know exactly where to go. For Iverson, Wickman was the natural choice to direct his Language of Love project. Iverson recalled that he himself was very open-minded in sexual matters, so he thought this was a very pleasing idea. Again, we've heard this from Mariah and Elisabet earlier, but just a brief run-through. He started in 1969. September 69, released Swedish and Underage, Ervad der Utstötta, a social problem drama which rapidly became very successful, the 11th most successful Swedish-produced film between its release in September and March 1970. Followed up in short fashion by, of course, The Language of Love in October 69. This took 5.6 million Swedish crowns in the first 3 months alone. We hardly need to talk about how successful this film is. And this pattern was established with the 3 follow-ups in rapid order, The Lustful Vicar, Fear Has 1,000 Eyes, and Lockfolgen, the Sven Nykvist photographed historical drama, which broke the pattern of films featuring sex for sex's sake with a generic background. So the result of this intensive period of activity is that by 1972, Torgny Wickman had become the 5th most successful director in Sweden in terms of box office returns. Of course, making money, or films that people want to see, is, according to Harry Schein, not the point of making films. Torgny's huge success made that he could not be ignored by the Swedish Film Institute entirely. The SFI's Film in Sweden publication returned to the subject of sex in 1971. Torgny was given top billing in this issue, with an interview accompanied by a full-page photograph. The reigning master of the Swedish sex film is approached with caution by interviewer and editor Lars-Olof Löfvall, if not with open disdain. The article is headlined with a quote from Wickman translated into fluent Swinglish. "It's hell that everything that is profitable in artistic line is contemptible, when money is nothing more than a symbol for labour, hard work." Löfvall's introduction to the interview is rather cagey, noting that prior to his revival, Wickman had directed some 50 normal features, clearly placing his late 1960s work into another category than normal. Nowadays, he is heckled rather much for his sex films, which some claim are pure speculation. Löfvall characterizes Wickman as a poser whose flow of boasting has a marked streak of sympathetic, biting irony directed at himself, before opening his interview with less of a question, more of a challenge. Every now and then, Swedish critics murder artist Torgny Wickman in a big way. This interview is clearly intended less as hagiography and more as trial by critic. Wickman's response is generous. "I don't care too much about it. The difference between me and the others isn't so great. I'm technically a little more advanced, I'm educated, but that doesn't help in this game against critics." The accusation of speculation is brushed off by Wickman, who sees no shame in producing art for profit. "I'm more honest than others. I freely admit that my films made all so that we should get some financial pleasure out of them. It's pointless to make a film that is viewed by 20 people in the audience. Is any feature made without the intention of making money?" This idea of filmmaking as a venture that can be both pleasurable and profitable is anathema to Löfvall, who counters, "Well, there are artists who paint pictures without thinking about selling them, a culture for minorities." Wickman's retort cut that argument down. "May I ask what those artists live on? His artisticness? It's hell that everything that's profitable in an artistic line is contemptible. Contemptible! When money is nothing more than a symbol for labour, hard work. The fact that many artists are financial fools doesn't mean that this stupidity is a prerequisite for artisticness." The interview eventually turns to Wickman's newfound reputation as director of sex films. Löfvall once again asks a loaded question. "To return to the problems of sex, you have used them to entertain and to inform audiences. Don't you think that audiences tire?" There was only one answer that was going to come from Wickman. "No, I don't. Who gets tired of sex? We haven't got our peeping Tom desires satisfied as yet, and it'll still take a long time." Wickman was in no doubt as to why the Language of Love films have proved so successful globally. One has longed for such film, both for the exciting aspects of them and the information. Most people have practiced sex, but very few know really what it is, what it looks like. Damned prudishness. There is a tremendous wealth of curiosity that one hasn't wanted to display by going to a pornographic film. But when such a movie is run in a normal theatre, morally pure, it has suddenly become fully accepted. We have to break down the sex taboos, attain freedom. One final question from Lothval. How do you think it will go for your love films abroad? Well, I can't imagine they'll get into Ireland for another century. This interview sees Wickman at the peak of his financial, artistic, and, it should be said, sexual powers. He exudes a confidence in himself and his work, relishing the barbs of the establishment critics, which he can answer with his success. He freely accepts his association with sex and sees his work as a social project to break down taboos. And if they just happen to make some money at the same time, then that's just fine. Wickman is open as to the speculative nature of the films as offering both the exciting and the information, and is aware that it is the veneer of the informative that allows the more exciting content to be shown on regular screens to regular audiences. It should be remembered that some films are much less informative than others. There is little to be learned about the exploitation of youth in Eva, but very much to be learned about what Solveig Anderson looks with no clothes on. So, in summary, by 1972, Wickman had found new life breathed into his career by directing a number of wildly successful sex films, mixing the informative with the titillating. This sex, and his overt speculation, was looked on with increasing disdain and unease by the cultural tastemakers of the Swedish Film Institute, who felt that this exploration of Swedish liberality was the wrong sort of exploitation. Wickman had become a well-known figure and had acquired the label, not unjustly, of sex master through his breaking of the on-screen sex barrier, one which in this interview he seems rather keen to embrace. It's hard, though, to declaim Wickman as purely speculative to the extent of being cynical with his dressing up of nudity with social concern. There's always a sense that he's honest with his lofty ideas of tackling society's ills and hypocrisy. Wickman is clearly intelligent and knew how to sell an idea and, just as importantly, himself. Part 2. In late 1972, flush from the success of his love films, The Lustful Vicar and Fear Has a Thousand Eyes, and tired of the worn-out Stockholm, Wickman and his family took up residence in Vegersbergsgård, a 16th century estate several kilometres outside of Katrineholm, a small town of about 23,000 inhabitants. Here he started to sketch out lofty plans for the future, and it was here he would film Anita, with Katrineholm as the main location. During the production of Anita, Wickman gave Expressen an exclusive interview from Vegersbergsgård, which Expressen dubbed Katrina Hollywood. Wickman's weariness to his reputation within Stockholm cultural circles is evident. In this article, Wickman bemoans that after the language of love films, the Stockholm press usually call me the sex master or something like that. That is why I prefer talking to the local newspaper, the Katrineholms-Kuriren. Wickman did indeed prefer talking to the Kuriren and would curry their favour throughout the production of Anita. Through their pages, he outlined his bold, some might say optimistic, ideas for turning Vegersbergsgård into a production facility and Katrineholm into Katrina Hollywood. The arrival of sex master Wickman to Katrineholm with his plans to transform the sleepy town into a cinematic mecca caused quite a stir in the Kuriren, who found themselves wooed by the charismatic director with his high-minded artistic ambitions and dreams of future film production in a small industrial town, at that time best known for its successful local bandy team. The front page of the 21st of February 1973 carries a large shot of Torgny and his wife Klinger together in front of Vegersbergsgård in a declaration of affection for his newly adopted town. "He speaks the language of love to the neighbourhood," leads the front page splash. The Kuriren cannot resist Wickman's overtures to the small town. "I have hunted the length of the land to find a place that looks just like this. Now I shall make Katrineholm into a film metropolis. Very few parts of this country are as beautiful as this. And out here, there is every sort of location needed to make a film. It's just an old prejudice that one needs to make films in Stockholm." Wickman is, of course, smart enough to know the value of flattery, especially when comparing a small town in the country to the big city just up the road. Katrineholm is a wonderfully lovely town. In Stockholm, it's hard to work. The locations are worn out. It's a very generous front page splash and very sympathetic to Wickman. And they are perhaps even a little starstruck by the presence of such a successful director in sleepy Sörmland. The feature continues on page 5 of the same issue with another large picture of the Wickmans. The Kuriren seems very taken with Torgny, peppering the article with floral descriptions of him, his moustache, shaved head, and, unexpectedly, his interest in hairdressing, noting that he shaves his head every third day and even gives Klinger's hair a touch-up now and then, with fantastic results. The article notes that Wickman has plans to shoot 7 films in the local area, including 3 in the coming 12 months alone, starting immediately with Anita, and followed by In Katrineholm and a third unnamed world-class comedy. Ideas and ambition clearly not in short supply in the Wickman household. The forthcoming production of Anita is detailed, and one can begin to suspect that Wickman has perhaps not offered a full synopsis of the film to the Kuriren. The first film tells the story of an unhappy small-town girl, Anita, who is forced to flee to Stockholm because she is so unusual and is close to breaking down. She is eventually saved by a male student of psychology who she meets there. The male lead is to be played by Stellan Skarsgård. The director is still looking to cast the girl. Anita will be a film somewhat like Torgny Wickman's earliest production, Eva. It is a tragic story. The film will mainly be shot in Katrineholm. Now, this synopsis is not entirely untrue, but does skirt somewhat around the content of the film, and indeed the nature of the affliction that makes Anita just so unusual. So it's quite fair to say that it would be like Eva, in that the film is intended, or at least framed, as a social reportage, but the generous nudity and sex that Eva offered is left implied. And it seems that Torgny goes out of the way in this interview to reassure the good folk of Katrineholm that his sex master reputation is of little relevance to this forthcoming production. And this section reads, "Too much sex? Torgny Wickman has received a deal of criticism from those who think he has unnecessary amounts of sex in his films. He himself thinks that he is restrained in that regard. I've made many films without a hint of sex, and the Language of Love's films were serious in their approach." Concludes with the reassurance that in the films that are to be shot in Katrineholm presently, there will at least be very little of that sort of thing. 2 days after this generous free publicity, Wickman places a classified advert in the same paper, seeking extras for his film shoot in Katrineholm. Here he is looking for 20 young people between 16 and 20 for discotheque scenes, 2 raggare, or greasers, ideally with cars, 5 men, dark-skinned and of Mediterranean sort, 9 to 10 gentlemen of office type, older and younger, and 3 party couples, roughly 25 years old. And this, of course, drums up a whole sack of applications from the local residents, keen to be part of the glamour of Katrina Hollywood, many of which Torgny kept in a file, and which I was fortunate enough to borrow from our host, Rickard, and for which I'm very, very grateful. So this first chap was clearly hoping for a role as one of the dark-skinned Mediterranean sorts. His very brief covering letter, offering up his services for the part, reads, "I read in the Katrineholms Kuriren that you were looking for extras. I am Albanian." This gang of self-described greasers are also fancied their chances, although seemed rather more sure of their cars' star qualities than their own. Application regarding film shooting Katrineholm. We are 3 greasers who are very interested. We have a 1954 Ford, which is in great condition and which we think is ideal for this film. This Ford is perhaps the only model in Sweden, and this carries on for a full page on the opposite side, but I will spare you their enthusiasm. Principal photography took place between the 7th of March and 27th of April 1973. Wickman based his production, as promised, in Vegasbergs Gård. His reputation as an effective and workmanlike filmmaker clearly extended to economic concerns as well. Vegasbergs Gård acted not only as a production base, but provided accommodation for the cast and small crew during the shoot, which mainly took place in Katrineholm itself, and with several days of complimentary shooting in Stockholm. I should just add that I spoke to Fredag Wickman about this production, and he recalls that he was also used on the shoot, being 15 years old at the time, to take Stellan and Christina to the set on the back of his moped down the country roads. Christina also recalls that during the shoot they all lived extremely closely together in Vegasbergs Gård, cast and crew, with Klinger preferring food for them all, and they would all sit and eat around the same large table presided over by the authoritarian Torgny Wickman, dressed in his Jesus-like kaftan. The much anticipated start of the production in Katrineholm was noted with a splash on the front page of the Courier on the first day of production. Pin-up girl to make film in Katrineholm, leading with a picture of Lindberg and Wickman together from the first day on set. Introducing Lindberg with a popular title, Sweden's biggest fold-out girl, or centerfold girl, the newspaper offers the same brief synopsis of the film, still referred to here as Anita only, describing Anita, Lindberg's eponymous character as the ostracized, slightly neurotic, small-town girl. Wickman once again takes great effort to note that, even though the film stars Sweden's most famous topless model, that Anita is no sex bomb, but a normal schoolgirl who goes astray and is saved by a young psychologist. The next day, the Courier followed this front page item with a visit to the set of Anita on the first day of shooting, arriving at the pool hall where the opening scenes are being shot. Under the headline Festlig när Wickman gör film, roughly translated as fun when Wickman makes a film, the Courier are once again rather wide-eyed and taken aback by both the logistics of the film production and the director himself, whom they proudly describe as our newest resident of the county. The set is rather curiously described as, the pool hall has suddenly turned into something more closely resembling a bicycle repair shop. Not that there's anything wrong with bicycle repair shops, but the passerby who may have popped in risked tripping over all the cables on the floor, and the lamps and spotlights were arranged around the pool tables. The reality of a director like Wickman shooting in Katrineholm strikes the reporter, signed Anita. What little insight we have into the world of filmmaking led me to believe that there would be a whole garrison of people running around. She seems somewhat disappointed to relate that the crew consists of a mere 4 men. 2 people working the camera, an assistant, and Torgny himself, with Klinger Wickman taking responsibility for props and wardrobe. Wickman breezily dismisses this, claiming that this is evidence that he is making films using new methods. Before, there would be 60 people on this sort of shoot. Now we have slimmed down. He points to the Super 60mm camera, invented by a Swede, and now used all over the world. The journalist's attention is drawn to the film's little star, Christina Lindberg, who she recalls famously being delivered by helicopter to the waiting press in Cannes 2 years earlier, and which seems a mile away from the person sat in the Katrineholm pool hall. One sees her sitting curled up in a large suede coat, small and delicate. The dark eyes in her small face vigilantly follow everything happening around her, and her long hair is neatly tied up in a large ponytail. One might rather think that she is 14 years old and newly confirmed. She herself thinks it's a nice thing to play something other than glamorous roles. However, she just cannot reconcile herself to being without makeup. She's used to false eyelashes, and without that prop, she feels uncomfortable. Lindberg offers a few words about her character. But I like the role, she says. It's so human, therefore it's not difficult to get into it. The role tackles people's reactions and rejection of something they don't really know, their complete indifference to a humanitarian situation. Anita parks herself into a corner of the billiard hall and observes the scene, wondering at the mess of extras and equipment that suddenly are arranged around a pool table for a take. Wickman, acting as script supervisor, location manager and director, comes flying over the lamps and cables to also now act as the clapperboard operator. Wickman calls action. She writes, Torgny Wickman slams the clapperboard and the scene is shot. Everyone seems unmoved by the importance of the moment. The extras perform their roles as though they have had several years in the business. The director strokes his large walrus moustache and is pleased. In the town's tightest pants since the days of the swing kids, he rushes round the tables, sweating profusely or repeatedly emphasizing he's certainly not one to let himself get stressed. The piece ends with Wickman once again making a call for extras through the pages of the Courier. As the journalist tries to disentangle themselves from the lamps and cables of the set, Wickman makes him aware that he received bundles of replies to his classified ad, although he's missing one vital group. Most crucially, we need to find our 8 high-ranking Air Force officers in dress uniform and a luxurious bathroom with 3 entrances. And that can always be a bit of a snag, of course. 8 senior Air Force officers and luxurious bathrooms certainly don't grow on trees. And this was the last time that Wickman would speak to the Courier before the premiere of Anita. And I think this small PR blitz in February and March in the Courier defines Torgny's relationship to the town. The Courier and the folders full of people who responded to his call for extras seemed terribly excited by this walrus moustached artist suddenly among their midst, one of Sweden's most successful directors. The dream of the glamorous Katrina Hollywood and future world-class film productions in the region is perhaps slightly tempered by the reality of the bicycle workshop set visit, staffed by a crew of 4. I think it may be grossly unfair to portray Torgny Wickman as a snake oil salesman. I think his ideas and dreams are honest, and his pretensions genuine, if perhaps unrealistic. Torgny has, as we have seen, always liked to mix his high-minded artistic aspirations with more than a pinch of tasteful, and might we say gratuitous, nudity. Something that it was assured that there would be very little of in Anita, in his pitch to the people of Katrineholm. This was not entirely the case. If we step back to January 1973, before Wickman's overtures to Katrineholm, we can see a slightly different film to the one that he pitches in the page of the career in. Whilst going through Wickman's original production folders for Anita, which contained all the applications for the local extras, I found the original first draft of the script, which I must emphasise was written before the female lead was cast, together with a memo outlining the producer's feedback. The first draft of the script that Wickman had submitted to producer Ove Valius was not yet titled Anita, but instead had the working title Mannen, the nymphomaniac. This original draft contained not only all the scenes with Anita giving into her nymphomaniac urges, which make the final cut, but also alternative hardcore pornographic takes of these same scenes, which Wickman describes in great detail. So this scene, for example, is early on in the film when Anita takes advantage of a boy in a locked storeroom, and an angry resident of the building bangs on the door demanding entry. Wickman's alternative ending, which in this draft of the script is hidden under flats of paper, reads: Anita has the boy's erect penis in her mouth, holding it with her hand. When the orgasm arrives, she lets the sperm spray over her face, which loses its tense expression. Rather more racy than anything that makes the final cut. Pornography, of course, had recently been legalised in Sweden, and it seems that Wickman was keen to ride this wave of sexual freedom and to create a piece of quality porn, and perhaps inspired by the global success of the crossover classic Deep Throat. This enthusiasm for graphic on-screen sex was not shared by the producer. Ove Valius fired off this memo to Wickman on the 23rd of January 1973. My initial reaction when I read the manuscript was one of violent disappointment. To be quite harsh, the manuscript personally gave me the impression of being written by a couple of older gentlemen who have concocted as many horrors and perversions as possible. A film of this type is primarily for sale overseas. It is incomprehensible to me that our director and producers have not understood that explicit sex is virtually impossible in most parts of the world. So Valius notes that this film is intended for export, but could not be sold to many countries, where it was still not allowed to show even bare breasts. And he instead proposes 3 versions: a mild version, where the lead actress retains her underwear and sex is merely suggested; a racier version, where breasts can be shown and action is shown, but hidden in some way, furniture, vases, or whatever the imaginative director can come up with; and a final harder version, more akin to Wickman's initial draft, which Valius notes, this can only be shown in Sweden and Denmark, and possibly smuggled into Japan and America, where we can show whatever we want. This second racy version of the film was the one that Wickman shot in Katrineholm. However, the overtly sexual nature of the content was not revealed, let alone the pornographic beginnings. Wickman had reined in his naughtier instincts, although had not been entirely open with the career in about just what sort of film Anita really was. So when does Katrineholm begin to suspect that the film might not be the simple tale of an unhappy small-town girl? Perhaps the first inkling might have been when the film's full title is revealed in the entertainment listings on the 14th of January 1974, proudly announcing, "Now it's here, the film shot in Katrineholm." The advert carries a sketch of the film's posters, showing that evening at the Cosmos Cinema, showing Stellan Skarsgård performing a less than psychological examination of Christina Lindberg, and the full title, Anita, from a Teenage Girl's Diary. And it should also be noted above that the Palladian Cinema has scheduled a screening of Deep Throat in competition to the local attraction, together with a Laurel and Hardy short. So for a film that was promised to have very little of that sort of thing, this image is surprisingly racy. Of course, the Kuriren were on hand to document this appearance of Katrineholm on the silver screen. On the 15th of January, the report of this major event in the cultural life of Katrineholm appears on page 5. Ominously headlined, "Didn't the Katrineholm extras dare to go and see themselves in the film Anita?" journalist Hans sets the scene. Half of Katrineholm's population weren't at Cosmos Cinema Screen last night, but plenty of them were. Long before the start of the show, they formed a winding queue, stamping their feet to keep warm in the snowy slush. Not all of them managed to secure a seat, but to witness the Katrineholm premiere of the Katrineholm film from up in the projection booth, that wasn't a bad alternative. So one can perhaps imagine the surprise that the first audience at the sold-out first screening had when the film opened with title cards, giving it yet another subtitle. To the tune of Wickman's own composition, An Honest Girl, a title is flashed over the scenes shot in the Katrineholm pool hall that Kuriren had witnessed. Anita. The true story of a 17-year-old's nymphomaniac behaviour. The Kuriren notes the change of tone in the opening. And everyone could hear the first evening's first dialogue. Boy. I don't have any money. Girl. It's not money I want. I need to. The Kuriren recalls Wickman's earlier insistence that during the widely reported shoot last spring, the director insisted that the film was absolutely not a porn film. No, far from it. It was to be a sweet little film, and many believed that to be the case. The naked truth is that the ordinary schoolgirl who goes off the rails and is saved by a psychology student was a nymphomaniac, and with an insatiable need for men. One shouldn't call this a sweet little story, and for the real Anita, one can only feel pity. The Kuriren clearly feel that the wool has been pulled over their eyes, and can now see Wickman's true intentions. His sweet little film is indeed a continuation of his exploration of sex and nudity on screen, and does indeed contain quite a lot of that sort of thing. Those who are not the most devoted and admiring supporters of the porn wave probably think that one must have to have quite a sense of humour not to call this a speculative porn-like film. If the director had the genuine ambition to make a serious film, he probably missed the mark, writes the Kuriren. Distributor Per Orfeld from Palace Film answers the questions of speculation. Speculation? Sure, but not porn by today's standards. The film has been shown in Malmö, Borlänge and Norrköping, and so far it's done really well. Hardly a denial. And the producers were, of course, open in their desire to make money. And the Kuriren has, indeed, a more open attitude to speculation and profit than Harry Shine, as they say. The most important thing for the film branch is to keep the tills ringing. If Anita can draw as many people as it did to the Katrineholm premiere, then the producers will certainly be very happy indeed. The premiere public are reported to be not quite as well dressed as a group of Air Force officers in the film, who are seen enjoying their booze and cigars with a twinkle in their eyes as Anita starts to drop garment after garment for their entertainment. The Kuriren notes that none of the major local extras could be spotted at the gala premiere, hence the headline, and hopes that they hadn't made the long journey down to Malmö for the film's premiere. It should, however, be noted that many of the extras who sent hopeful letters to Wickman can be spotted in the film. The gang of greasers and their car appear very early on, assaulting Anita at a hot dog stand. And the Albanian was given a spot as one of the 5 swarthy foreigners at the later group sex scene. Their opinions of the final film and experience on set remain sadly unrecorded. The Kuriren does, however, catch up with one of the extras playing Air Force officers, who Wickman clearly found following his appeals in the Kuriren, and who insists on remaining anonymous, having already caught the film in Norrköping. Even serious films tend to be speculative, but this film has a special tendency. We were never told about the story, just that Anita was a girl with teenage problems. Myself and the others were never told that Anita was a nymphomaniac. The Kuriren rather libelously wonders if perhaps this extra had spent too long with his twinkling eyes focused on his glass of whiskey to have noticed Anita's unrobing in front of the officers. However, the unnamed extra concludes that, well, I'd probably have done it even if I'd known, actually. However much Wickman had misled the Kuriren, journalist Hans takes a nuanced view of the film, more nuanced than the earlier critics who just casually dismissed it as just bad, and that people should stay at home and watch TV instead. He writes, pornography and pornography. The Swedish film censor seems to allow pretty much everything on the silver screen nowadays, and the word is worn out. Maybe we shouldn't even call this a porn film, rather an open film with dubious moments, but absolutely not an honest film. The level of serious ambition is so low as to be freezing, and we aren't convinced by the attempt to pull profit from the real Anita's tragic teenage years. So Helms, quite generously, and in a tone that would be echoed by the cult fans who would later rediscover the film, decides that life is too short to be entirely down on Anita. One can always go and laugh at the tipsy Air Force officer with a twinkle in his eyes, he writes. And he's in no doubt as to the real stars of the film. Seeing Katrineholm's Haymarket on colour on the silver screen, what a treat. And Christina Lindberg is a very sweet girl. So just how honest was Wickman's attempt to brush off his sex master moniker, which he'd early embraced in his Film of Sweden interview? With hindsight, it has to be said, not really. It should be noted that among the audience in the sex club scene in Anita, we can spot Torgny and Klinger Wickman, described in the script as a pair of tame extras. Torgny clearly having a whale, or perhaps walrus of a time. And for all his personal interest in sex and his wish for the breaking down of taboos, he also knew that the good people of Katrineholm might not be so forward-thinking, and chose to keep his cards very, very close to his chest. An initial draft of the script shows that far from wishing to escape the epithet of being focused on sex, he clearly wanted to push even further through the on-screen sex barrier. I personally feel that his high-minded ambitions for psychological drama somewhat outweighed his talents and are overshadowed by his particular interest in sex. His attempts to ingratiate himself to the townsfolk of Katrineholm ran out of steam after the production of Anita, and sadly the promised world-class comedy never failed to materialise. Anita was sadly to be the last of Wickman's domestic successes. And so in conclusion, what did the town of Katrineholm think when the sex master came to town? Whatever the career thought, they were clearly won over, briefly at least. Over 3,000 people from a town of 23,000 went to see Anita in the 2 weeks it was screened at the Cosmos. A figure that, the Career faithfully reports, places it comfortably as the second most popular film ever screened at the cinema. The first, The Jungle Book. Thank you very much.
So the good news is that Christina Lindberg just arrived. Christina is in the house, but I think we all need a little leg stretcher, as we say in Sweden. So let's take 10 minutes and just relax. Okej. Magnus redo? Gladiatorerna redo? Bra. Ladies and gentlemen, this discussion will be conducted in Swedish, but we will translate and subtitle it on Cultpix later on. I'm very, very happy to introduce straight from the car, actually. She just arrived. Kristina Lindberg.
Thank you.
Och temat för dagen är ju Torgny Wickman. Vi har alltså haft 3 tunga föreläsningar om Torgny Wickman hittills.
Ja.
Och du är ju den som har jobbat med honom faktiskt. Men jag förmodar att det här är ju en expertpublik, men vi kanske ska ändå börja med att introducera dig och din bakgrund och vad som ledde fram till samarbetet med Torgny.
Ja, alltså jag kan säga lite kort så här att min filmiska period under 70-talet sträckte sig... Jaha, okej. Nu så, nu hör ni mig. Den sträckte sig från 69 till 73. Och den började med en film som hette Made in Sweden. Och den gjorde jag som 19-åring, fortfarande i skolan var jag vid den här tiden. Men jag tog ledigt så att säga i 14 dagar och stack upp till Stockholm och var med i den här filmen med lite aktörer, Monica Ekman och så vidare. Där började min filmkarriär och man kan säga att 73 så slutade min filmperiod med Anita. Och egentligen så kom det ju en film efter, även den med Torgny Wickman då, som hette Ett lätt byte, eller 4 flickor. Och vi kommer väl berätta lite om den sen.
Jag tycker vi kommer fram till den sen.
Ja.
Vi jobbar upp oss spänningen här.
Ja, precis. Så gör vi.
Ja. Och din anledningen att du var med i filmen från början var att du var utvikningstjej.
Ja, precis. Så min filmkarriär så att säga startade ju som badflicka. På den tiden var väldigt vanligt. Man strössade omkring på stranden i bikini och blev fotograferad utav hågade fotografer som fick någon 50-lapp för att de blev publicerade i en tidning, Hallandsposten, Göteborgsposten och så vidare. Och på det viset så till slut så det fanns 2 stora herrtidningar på den här tiden som hette FIB-Aktuellt och Lektyr. Och jag menar stora, det var publikationer som sålde 300 000 ex i veckan. Det är ju ingenting vi varken har kommit i närheten, varken förr eller senare. Men svenskarna har alltid varit väldigt tidningsläsande folk faktiskt. Så att jag blev väldigt, väldigt känd genom just de här publikationerna. Och det slutade då med att Bengt Forslund på SF hörde av sig angående filmen Rötmånad med Janne Halldorf. Och Janne Halldorf på den här tiden, han var en kommersiell Ingmar Bergman. Han hade bland annat gjort en film som hette Korridoren som med Per Mattsson, Per Ragnar, förlåt, som fick otroligt fin kritik. Och han kom med det här manus, det var skrivet av Lars Forssell och Bengt Forslund bland annat. Och Bengt Forslund hade sett just de här utviksbilderna på mig i FIB-Aktuellt och frågade om jag var intresserad. Men då hade ju Janne Halldorf i och för sig redan funnit sin tjej för filmen. Men då stod Bengt Forslund på sig och han tyckte väl att jag hade attribut som talade till min fördel, om man säger så. Så att, för jag menar, jag hade ju ingen utbildning, jag hade ingen vana ens en gång med den här amerikanska Made in Sweden som jag var med i. Men i vilket fall som helst så tyckte han det var de hade redan plockat ut sig, som sagt var många som hade sökt. Men jag fick rollen. Så jag hade lovat mamma att ta studenten på den tiden och jag gjorde det 3 dagar efter. Tog jag min lilla resväska och flyttade upp till Hotell Reisen i Stockholm. Och därmed, där började väl min riktiga period då, så att säga, 69, jag var 19 år. Och sen körde jag på.
Ja. Och det blev, tror jag försökte räkna på det, under de åren det blev 17 filmer tror jag.
Ja,
eller något sånt.
Några fler, men jag hade pytteroller som man liksom så här, blundade du så missade du mig.
Ja. Men hur många huvudroller var det då? 6, 7?
Ja, 7.
7 tror jag.
Kanske. Ja, något sånt.
Och du som skådespelerska fick ju liksom ingen vidare kritik på den tiden, men vi har ju pratat om det här många gånger, att den enda som faktiskt håller i de här filmerna är ju du, därför alla andra kom ju från Dramaten, så det var ju så oerhört sådär konstlat, och du var ju...
Ja, jag hade ju inte den underbyggnaden, om man så säger, mer än överbyggnad.
Ja, överbyggnad.
Ja. Men alltså vad som var fantastiskt under den här tiden var, nu var ju filmvärlden väldigt liten på den tiden, så att alla kände ju alla. Filmteamet, tekniska teamet bakom, de jobbade likväl med de här filmerna som med Ingmar Bergman. Filmmusik skrevs utav Bengt Egeblad och andra fina, Isberg heter han väl också. Ja. Fantastiskt fin musik till filmerna, likväl som till alla andra så kallade seriösa filmer då, på den här tiden. Och framför allt så fick man ju då märkligt under den här otroligt politiska tiden som de här filmerna gjordes i. Det är ju märkligt att de överhuvudtaget fick göras. Ja. För jag menar, folk stoppade ju Melodifestivalen och allting på den här tiden.
Ja, och det var ju också på den tiden då Filminstitutet började liksom utöva sin makt, och att man skulle inte göra spekulativa filmer.
Nej, men precis. Men ändå så stod jag och fick min utbildning, man också säger, genom att agera mot Dramatenskådespelare. De största vi hade egentligen. Och varför de egentligen spelade med de här filmerna. Jag kan gissa att det handlar nog lite om pengar egentligen.
Ja, det var inte så bra betalt på Dramaten.
Nej, det var nog inte det.
Nej.
Men så att säga, det du var inne på lite, Rickard, det var ju liksom att jag såg ju manusen många gånger. Jag såg ju att det var ju inte liksom fantastiska... Nej, det var inte fantastiskt skrivet och sådär. Men jag tänkte, nu är jag här, jag gör det bästa utav det jag kan göra. Och då skojade folk omkring mig. Ja, den enda som tar det här på allvar var Kristina Lindberg. Och ja, det var nog så faktiskt.
Ja. Och minns jag inte exakt kronologin. Kom Exponerad före Thriller?
Exposed kom absolut före Thriller. Ja.
Och då var du nere i Cannes?
Ja, just det. Jag var på Cannesfestivalen 1971 och kastade bhn och hoppade ner från en helikopter på en pir. Onassis pir, kastade bhn inför hela världspressen. De här bilderna hamnade så småningom i Japan naturligtvis. Och det mynnade ut i att jag fick åka på en turné från norr till söder i Japan. Det var ju helt fantastiskt. Där man fick gå i minimala trosor i varuhusen. Man gjort upp stora podier och var med i name it.
Frågetävlingar eller så här, quiz, shower på TV.
Ja, utviksbilder, jag menar, allt ingick. Men det var rätt intressant. Och efter det så hade de satt upp också ett jättelikt porträtt på mig mitt i Tokyos center. En jättelik affisch.
Just det, jag har hört talas.
Så jag blev lite känd redan 71 då i Japan.
Hur kom det sig sen? Var det via den turnén som du hamnade i Japan och spelade in film?
Nej, det var det väl inte riktigt. Jag tror att jag hade ju ingen manager, utan jag skötte ju liksom ruljansen själv. Så att jag kan ju säga så här, jag blev inte rik på de här åren, utan pengar har jag nog skaffat mig senare i livet, så att säga, faktiskt.
Ja, men du gjorde 2 filmer för Toei i Japan, vilket var rätt märkvärdigt. Jag tror inte det var så vanligt att svenska skådespelare kom till Japan och spelade in film.
Nej, men nu vet jag hur det gick till faktiskt. Jag gick ut mig för Louis och Penta, som här herrtidningarna i Europa. Och på ett flyg så träffade jag faktiskt på japaner som kände igen mig från den här Exposed-turnén. Och då frågade de mig, har du lust att åka till Japan och filma? Och det visade sig att det var representanter från Toei Company, ett av de största filmbolagen i Japan vid den tiden. Och det kanske de är fortfarande. Jag vet
inte. Det är ett av de mest kända, absolut.
Ja, så är det. Så att jag sa, men det vill jag väl visst det. Och det ville jag. Så att jag åkte över och hamnade i Kyoto. Och i Kyoto så hade de byggt upp så här enorma filmstudios, ungefär som i Hollywood. Och det var folk överallt. På den tiden rökte jag, dumt nog. De tände cigaretter och serverade te. Höll på att massera mina fötter. De gjorde precis vad man bad dem. Jag skrev ett litet vykort som var kvar fortfarande, att jag kände mig som en prinsessa. Och det var nog precis det jag kände mig som vid
och
den
du var
här
ju
tiden.
en working class girl från Göteborg.
Ja, jag har inte växt upp som en prinsessa, det kan jag tala om. Precis. Men jag gjorde alltså 2 filmer där. En som jag tycker har kvaliteter, det är Sex and Fury. Och sen Resa till Japan som är en ytterligt märklig historia, men kanske intressant ändå.
Som du inte hade sett överhuvudtaget när du och jag var där på en filmfestival i Kanazawa?
Nej, det hade jag.
Hade du det?
Ja,
på den tiden? Okay,
ja, faktiskt.
Men får jag återberätta den historien? Den filmen, alltså Sex and Fury är ju den utspelar sig på 1800-talet tror jag. Det är ju en historisk film i krinolin eller på sätt.
Ja, jag fick vara prinsessa där. Ja.
Där fick du, ja. Men den andra filmen handlar ju om en man som en ensling som kidnappar dig och våldtar dig, och det är liksom bara våldtäkt hela filmen på något slags väldigt japanskt vis. Men när vi var på filmfesten i Kanazawa så dagen efter visningen kom det fram en kvinna där du satt och signerade foton och sa det japanska folkets vägnar ber vi så hemskt mycket om ursäkt hur du blev behandlad i den här filmen. Ja. Det var ju väldigt roligt.
Ja, men vad som är väldigt gripande i Japan, de hade kvar foton sedan 50 år tillbaka som de hade sparat och som de ville ha signerat. Ja. Alltså det var liksom lite fantastiskt.
Ja, det var köer runt kvarteret.
Ja, det var märkligt. Ja.
Så de har kvar det i minnet. Ja. Var det när du var i Japan? Du jobbade ju lite för hårt där.
Jo, precis. Och nu kommer vi till Anita så småningom. Det var hårt jobb. Och ändå så jobbade jag nog under bra omständigheter så att säga, kan jag tänka mig. Men det var filmning hela dagarna. Sen skulle man till tv-studios och vara med i konstiga lekar och frågetävlingar och allt möjligt sånt. Och sen så hade de utviksfotografering på 11-12 på natten. Man blev rätt trött efter några månader helt enkelt. Så att då fick jag ett telegram att kom hem till Sverige, vi ska göra en film som heter Anita och vi vill att du har en av huvudrollerna. Och då tänkte jag så här att det är ju ingen 8 timmars arbetsdag precis i Japan om man säger så. Och jag tänkte det är nog bäst att jag åker hem faktiskt. Men alltså ett faktum var ju att de hade erbjudit, det är intressant med det här livsval i livet. De erbjöd mig faktiskt att bli anställd och stanna kvar och fortsätta att filma i Japan. Jag passade faktiskt, mentalt passade jag väldigt bra in i Japan faktiskt. Jag fann mig väldigt väl till rätta egentligen, förutom att jag höll på att jobba ihjäl mig. Men jag tackade nej till det och jag hade kunnat vara kvar i Japan idag. Det är ju helt klart, men nu står jag laken istället.
Ja, precis. Och var det Torgny som hade skrivit telegrammet personligen?
Nej, det var det inte. Utan det kom rent... Henry Sidoley hette han.
Ja, just det. Som jobbade för Swedish Film Productions.
Ja, precis. Han skickade det här till mig. Ja, jag tänkte...
och honom kände du redan?
Ja, honom kände jag.
För han var PR-mannen i Cannes.
Just det. Han var PR-mannen i Cannes. Ja.
För det finns ju någon bild på honom
där han
och dig.
Står.
Just det.
Ja. Beredd att slita av mina kläder, höll jag på att säga. Ja, så gör PR-män ibland.
Men om vi då ska komma in på Torgny då, dagens man. Hur var det första mötet med honom? Minns du det?
Nej, egentligen inte det första mötet, men vad jag slås av när det gäller Torgny Wickman, det är att han var ju en väldigt dominant, kanske inte jag behöver säga, men han var väldigt dominant. Han var väldigt dompterande när han regisserade. Det var liksom inte, det fanns ingen plats för att komma med något eget subjektivt inlägg. Han ville ha det så.
Ingen improvisation?
Nej, han visste exakt hur han ville ha det. Och till min sorg, jag var ju 22 år, så ville han dessutom ha renskrubbad i ansiktet, vilket jag inte tyckte om.
Nej, du skulle föreställa en tonåring också?
Ja, i och för sig. Ja. Och jag såg ju rätt tonåriga.
Ja. Men du hade make-up i alla andra filmer?
Ja. Jo, precis. Jag fick ju ha det. Nej, men han var ju en bra regissör, får jag ju säga, för att ibland är det ju faktiskt bra att en regissör tar över. Och jag tycker nog själv, nu kan jag själv tycka att min prestation i Thriller var ganska hyfsad. Men spelmässigt så tycker jag ändå att Anita, den nådde jag ju någonstans.
Ja. Nu hoppade vi över thriller lite och det är ju väldigt ovanligt för att det är den som brukar vara huvudnumret.
Ja, jag vet.
Ska vi säga några ord om den? Hur låg den i tiden då jämfört med...
Thriller låg...
Före Japan?
Ja, den låg före Japan.
Ja. Ja, efterexponerad?
Efterexponerad,
okay.
ja. Så den var strax innan Japan-äventyret kan man säga.
Och det är ju en väldigt extrem film om ni inte har sett den, men där får man väl säga det att Barn över Venus måste ha varit motsatsen till Torgny Wickman i registil.
Ja, alltså Wibenius var ju som sagt var mer intresserad av att det flöt blod och smällde och bilarna kraschade och så vidare och så vidare.
Var det Boys with Toys där, ja?
Exakt.
Ja.
Så
det var en helt annan sak. Men det gjorde ju också att du kunde utmejsla den figuren själv, även om du fick attributen då med lapp för ögat och skinnrock.
Och lära mig och karate.
Ja, du får berätta hela den historien med vad du fick träna, tycker jag.
Ja, när det gällde thriller till exempel, då får jag ju säga till Wibenius, han gav mig ju väldigt mycket förutsättningar för att göra ett hyfsat bra jobb då. Jag fick ju träna mycket vapenhantering så inte det såg valhänt och töntigt ut helt enkelt. Både med skarp och lös ammunition använde vi faktiskt under filmen. Jag fick träna bilkörning. Ja, men jag hade ingen körkort, jag hade inte kört bil. Så det var ju läge för det, om man säger så. Jag fick ju, det var ju inte hans, men jag fick ju det här med lappen för ögat fick jag ju liksom gå och träna själv så att säga. Jag hade ju alltid på mig lappen under hela filmen, även hemma.
Vad händer annars om man inte är van?
Men då har man, om man ska slåss och ha så behöver man ha det här med avstånd och hantering.
Ja, man missar perspektivet.
Ja, absolut. Och sen fick jag, vad fick jag mer lära mig? Herregud.
Ja, det var karate.
Det var en
väldigt känd karatelärare, jag har förstått. Ja, från Australien, tror jag.
Nej, Jan Kreiksman.
Ja, det var en av stuntmännen. Just det.
Och Lasse Lundberg. Ja. Men Jan Kreiksman var det jag tränade karate för. Så att jag fick lära mig bra saker för att kunna hantera rollen helt enkelt, verkligen. Men
sen kan man väl säga då, om man nu ska dra några andra jämförelser mellan Barn över Venus och Torgny Wickman, bara att båda var ju lite så här gerillafilmning. Jag vet att Barne, han sökte ju aldrig några polistillstånd.
Nej, utan vi var alltid ute i verkligheten och ibland så hände det att man blev polisanmäld för olaga hot och så vidare och så vidare. Det var inte så kul, för det fick man ta hand om själv.
Ja. Men okej, och tillbaks då till Torgny Wickman. Jason här har berättat om hans hur han kom till Katrineholm och skulle starta Katrinehollywood.
Ja, det var han.
Var ju hans idé. Det måste ju varit en extrem kontrast för dig att komma från Japan till Katrineholm, eller till Vegersberg då, utanför Katrineholm.
Jo, alltså Torgny hade ju den här filosofin också, att han samlade ju skådespelarna omkring sig som en riktigt klassisk 70-tals storfamilj. Så levde vi. På kvällen så var det alltid långbord. Klinga, hon lagade fantastisk mat. Och Torgny gick omkring i en stor, fin, vacker kaftan och härskade. Det gjorde han. Och det bjöds på vin, som sagt var, god mat. Och alla mådde ju väldigt bra hos Torgny på det viset. Ja. Man blev omhändertagen och man var som en familj helt enkelt.
Men jag har förstått, nu ska vi inte gå händelserna i förväg, men vi har 2 Torgnys söner med oss här, vilket är väldigt roligt, Kasper och Felix. Att han ville berätta sin grej, men om någon inte höll med honom, då fick de inte prata.
Det kan jag faktiskt tänka mig. Alltså,
har jag förstått.
Han hade väldigt bestämda åsikter.
Det är lite som hans regi då, med andra ord, även i det privatlivet, om man nu ska dra någon parallell.
Ja, alltså han kunde ju vara lite brutal faktiskt. Till exempel i en scen när jag låg ner så skulle jag gråta. Och jag hade faktiskt ganska lätt för att gråta, men ändå, det gick inte tillräckligt snabbt. Och då tog han faktiskt en citron och droppade rakt i ögonen. Och det måste jag säga att det tycker jag inte var så trevligt. Men det var effektivt.
Ja, men det gör ganska ont. Det är ju inte helt hälsosamt.
Ja, men man började gråta.
Ja. Och det finns flera reportage där Klinga och Torgny och du och Stellan vandrar omkring utanför Wägersberg, och Katrineholmskuriren var ju väldigt exalterad över det här nya Hollywood som skulle bli där. Men har du någon minne av de intervjuerna? För jag tror att du svarade nog på några frågor där.
Ja, det är möjligt, men inte direkt. Jag har ju minnesbild utav artikeln.
Ja.
Jag har.
Men Stellan då, på den tiden?
Stellan var ju, alltså, det brukar jag alltid skryta om, att jag var mer känd än Stellan Skarsgård på den här tiden. Det är bara, tänk bara det. Men och på den här tiden så var ju Stellan alltså han ville ju bli skådis till varje pris. Hela han var, alltså, någon så fokuserad människa på att bli skådespelare har jag nog aldrig träffat faktiskt. Han var väldigt dedicerad.
Den första rollen han gjorde efter Bombi Bitt och jag?
Det är jag inte säker på faktiskt.
Men han var ju liksom barnstjärna under en period kan man säga. Men
han jobbade ju på Dramaten till exempel, tog hand om kläder och sådana saker. Bara för att få vara i den miljön.
Och då jobbade han i garderoben?
Ja, kan man säga. Så att, och han sökte till scenskolan och kom inte in. Men idag är han ju, herregud, en av våra största.
Och hela klanen?
Ja, herregud.
Och jag har ju faktiskt sett lönelistorna från Anita. Och kan säga att du tjänade ju väldigt, väldigt mycket mer än Stellan. Och då var inte din lön så jättehög i alla fall.
Nej, men det var den inte. Jag tror att jag kommer ihåg. Jag tror att det var 20 000.
Ja.
Kan det varit det?
Ja, det kan nog stämma.
Ja. Nej, men det var ju så. Jag kan ju säga det att Anita och senare då vi ska prata om ett lätt byte och 4 flickor. De var ju finansierade utav fransmännen. Ja. Anita hade ju gått upp i Paris och i Frankrike och gått väldigt, väldigt bra. Och därmed så var de ju, och de hade faktiskt ställt ett krav att jag skulle vara med i ett lätt byte 4 flickor för att investera pengar. Ja. Och där har vi lite förklaringen till
vad som kan ha hänt.
Varför den havererade sen.
Det som är intressant som vi har fått höra som fakta faktiskt är att när Anita gick på bio i Paris, då gick den på 20 biografer och den samtida Ingmar Bergman-filmen gick på 1 biograf. Ja. Med tanke på att folk tycker att det här är liksom någon slags undersida, det här fanns inte utan det var ju Bergman, men det var det här folk såg.
Ja.
Det var de här filmerna.
Jo, nej, men så var det. Och de såldes ju oftast till märkliga länder, de här filmerna, som jag kommer ihåg på Exposed, Laos, Kambodja, alltså den typen av länder som filmade.
Och du har ju ett superfan i Sverige som kommer från Turkiet från början.
Ja, jag vet. Som jag mötte i Grums.
I Grums, ja. Det är där det hände. Och han berättade att han hade sett dig på bio i Istanbul när han var liten.
Ja, precis. Turkiet köpte mycket av mina filmer, ja.
Det är ju intressant. Men tillbaks till Skarsgård då. Hur uppfattade du honom då? Fick ni provspela mot varandra? Eller hur
nej, inget sånt. Nej. Det fungerade nog.
Fick ni repetera något innan då?
Nej, jag
inte
tror
mycket.
Det. Nej.
Men du har ju berättat att det tog ju tid att göra film på den här tiden. Även filmer som inte hade så hög budget. Hur länge höll man på ungefär?
Ja, men 1 till 2 månader var ju liksom inspelningstid faktiskt. Jag menar, man tog ju filmer och sen skulle det iväg till labbet och kollas. Och ibland så var det ju inte som de hade tänkt sig. Då måste man ju ta det, alltså det går inte ens att föreställa sig idag vilket jobb det var att göra de här filmerna faktiskt. Det
är därför det är förvånansvärt att du har gjort så oerhört mycket film på 35 mm, för det var så jäkla komplicerat.
Ja. Nej, folk skulle inte ha psyke nog att göra de filmerna idag.
Nej.
Tror jag.
Men du, tyckte du om Stellan?
Ja, vi kom väldigt bra överens, får jag ju säga faktiskt.
Ja, det är bra. Ja. Men du fick ju reda på en sak i dokumentären som SVT gjorde om dig.
Ja, SVT gjorde som sagt var en dokumentär om mig och Stellan Skarsgård intervjuas i dokumentären. Och då säger han, det hade jag ingen aning om, att han satt och, när han åkte till Stockholm då och då under filminspelningen, så satt han och skrev kärleksbrev till mig som han aldrig skickade. Och då tänker jag så här, men vilken tur alltså. Han har 6 barn. Jag älskar katter. Det hade inte funkat. Då hade Hollywood varit bra mycket fattigare på skådisar, det kan jag tala om.
Men jag tycker det är så fantastiskt att han faktiskt kände så.
Ja.
Sen var ju du och jag, det är många år sedan nu, du var gäst på Nautische Filmtage i Lübeck, Tyskland. 2013, ja. Ja jäklar, det är 10 år sedan.
Ja.
Då var temat, var den nordiska synden. Så
Ja, jag tror det.
Jörn Donner var där också.
Ja.
Och du var där och pratade. Men Stellan hade ju också en film med i festivalen, en ny film.
Just det.
Ja, du kan berätta historien.
Ja, okej,
Men du var på avslutningsfesten till festivalen.
Jo, men precis. Jag hade inte sett Stellan på, inte sen Anita helt enkelt. Och det här var 2013 och det andra var ju 1973. Och då såg jag att Stellan stod med en drink i handen och pratade med någon. Och när han hade vänt ryggen till, då sa jag till Rickard, du, vänta här lite nu. Jag
hade en videokamera då.
Kan du filma det här? Så då smög jag upp bakom Stellan på axeln och sa, hej Stellan. Ja, och sen, det var första gången han såg mig på så många år. Sen stod vi och pratade ganska mycket.
Men det var ett ganska kärt återseende. Det var
men absolut.
Det var gulligt, men han blev jäkligt förvånad.
Ja, men det är klart.
Ja. Det var väldigt roligt.
Ja, jo, men det var roligt.
Jag tycker det är så kul att han hade en crush på dig som du liksom inte uppfattade.
Nej.
Men då kan han var ingen bra på att flirta då på inspelningen uppenbarligen.
Nej, det var han inte kanske.
Sen var det någon här tidigare som har berättat att en av sönerna Wickman körde dig och Stellan på moped till inspelningsplatsen. Kan det verkligen stämma?
Det kommer jag inte ihåg. Det har jag förträngt.
Det är en bra story.
Ja, absolut.
I alla fall.
Ja, absolut.
Sant eller ej. Ja. Men filmen är ju... Jag vet inte om du kommer ihåg någonting av det, men Torgny har ju pratat om filmen som att det här bygger på en verklig händelse och det handlar om en ung flicka i svår kris.
Okay.
Och om ni inte har sett filmen så handlar det alltså om en tonårsflicka som är nymfoman och känner sig tvingad att ligga med alla karar hon möter, och Stellan är psykologistudenten som ska bota henne och ni råkar snubbla över varandra, eller han snubblar över dig. Men uppfattade du liksom att det fanns från Torgnys sida ett seriöst budskap?
Ja, men absolut. Jag måste säga att jag upplevde Torgny som väldigt seriös. Och det gjorde jag hela tiden. Och man ser ju när man tittar på Anita, där han har in den här klassiska musiken och så. Någonstans fanns det ju en väldigt stark önskan hos Torgny att göra filmer på en högre nivå, så att säga. Eller att bli accepterad i det fina rummet, kulturella fina rummet, så att säga. Det tror jag.
Ja. Så egentligen spekulationen stod väl då snarare Inge Ivarsson och Alfa France för det franska bolaget, gissar jag. Att de ville ha med lite mer.
Ja, precis. Ja.
När filmen var klar då hade du gjort ett antal huvudroller. Kommer du ihåg pressreaktionen?
Det var ju som vanligt urusel och sura kommentarer. Men man hade ju ovanligt sura gubbar bland recensenterna på den tiden, måste jag säga.
Det var tuffa tag.
Ja, det var tuffa tag. Alltså man skulle vara hårdhudad för att...
De sköt väl in sig på just att du var utviklingstjej och inte formellt då skådespelerska hela tiden?
Ja, det gjorde han väl delvis och sådär. Men jag kan ju säga att Torgny, som jag kände fint med att jobba med honom, det var att han tyckte att jag var en bra skådis. Men han tyckte väldigt illa om att jag höll på med utvik. Aha. Så det skulle jag absolut sluta med. Och det är ju ändå lite förvånande sen när man kommer till nästa film, Ett lätt byte och 4 flickor, som jag tycker är egentligen en grov spekulation i utvik just. Alltså, de här 4 flickorna som skulle vara med i Lätt byte, det var ju jag, utvikningsflicka, Annika Salomonsson, en av de största utvikningsflickorna på den tiden, Marie Ekorre likaså, och Erika Wickman, dotter till Torgny också.
Som också spelade din syster Anita.
Ja, det var vi som var 4 flickor i Lättbyte.
Och vilka var... Det var bara kort, det är 4 flickor som hamnar på en ungdomsvårdsskola eller så hem och flyr därifrån till en stuga i skogen och blir belägrade av 4 motorcykelknuttar. Och vilka var det som spelade dem?
Var det Thomas Ledin? Och...
Ja, Thomas Ledin skulle ha varit med. Jag undrar om han verkligen var med. Men Stellan var en av dem.
Ja, Stellan var en av dem.
Och det var även, jag tror Jan Waldekrans, som sen hamnade på Dramaten.
Precis.
Jag kommer inte ihåg vem den fjärde var.
Ja,
men som sagt var, den är ganska, tycker jag, misogyn. Det är liksom lite kvinnoförakt. Alltså, de blir ju misshandlade och våldtagna, har jag för mig. Enligt manus i alla fall.
Ja, nej, men det var väl egentligen inte någon riktigt snygg historia. Men som sagt var, jag hade ju jobbat med Torgny, Anita och så. Och upplevde ju honom som seriös faktiskt. Så att jag kände mig väl hyfsat trygg med honom trots allt.
Och jag tror också i filmens synopsis, den korta versionen, så står det ju att det är fruktansvärt vad som kan hända med unga flickor och så här kan vi inte ha det. För det är lite grann som med Anita och likadant som Eva den utstötta, att man, det här med socialreportage, men får ha lite kittlande och lite naket. Det var det man
men jag tror att Torgny vid den här tiden hade en ekonomisk press på sig. Och pengarna till den här filmen, Ett lätt byte, de var ju de här franska pengarna igen. Och jag var ju förutsättningen för att han skulle få pengarna. Därför tog pengarna slut.
Okay.
Därför att vid den här tiden blev det så att jag mådde inte så himla bra. Jag hade fått ihop det med min tidigare sambo då, som jag inte lever med nu. Och han gillade inte alls att jag överhuvudtaget filmade eller någonting. Och han var verkligen emot det. Han var alltså privatflygare. Och därmed så började han att trakassera filmgänget. Han tog ett litet privatflygplan och sen så flög han nästan av hustaken i Wägersberg, kan jag säga. Han gjorde det bokstavligen. Alltså folk där nere undrade vad han höll på med.
Han hotflög.
Han hotflög. Och till slut mådde jag så himla dåligt så att det slutade med att jag lämnade filminspelningen. Och därmed så kraschade den faktiskt.
De stod utan huvudrollsinnehavare?
Ja, de stod utan pengar, tror jag.
Ja.
Så tror jag
det där är intressant för att det är ju så att det här är ju en aldrig avslutad film och som Klubb Super 8 som ger ut filmer på DVD, vi hittade ju tagningarna till en senare film som Torgny gjorde som heter Drömdoktorn.
Okay.
Där han filmade ungefär 75%, 80% av filmen. Och sen påstod Inge Ivarsson att kameran gick sönder. Men jag tror att det var pengarna som tog slut där också.
Ja,
den är delvis inspelad på Inge Ivarssons kontor på Kungsgatan. Så det är så. Men Lätt byte, vi har ju hittat Torgnys shooting script där han vek in varje sida som han hade filmat. Och det verkar som att det är filmat 50-60% av filmen, men vi hittar inga tagningar och vi vet inte vart det har tagit vägen. Men det hade varit spännande att rekonstruera det som faktiskt blev gjort. Men vi har ingen aning. Förmodligen hamnade väl allt på ett laboratorium, ingen betalade räkningen och det gick i en container. Alltså det är en teori, jag vet inte. Men blev du liksom jagad av produktionsbolaget och Torgny att du inte fullföljde?
Nej, inte alls. Utan
de förstod din situation?
Ja, alltså, pengarna var borta.
Och de hade inte råd att köpa tegelpannor till taket?
Nej, ungefär så. Så att det bara liksom flöt ut i sanden, så att säga. Ja.
Men det är en märklig historia och att den inte blev klar. Men sen har jag hört av Kasper, tror jag, som sa att det fanns massor med filmmanus på Wägersberg. Massor som han skrev som aldrig blev förverkligade. Ja, så han var ju oerhört produktiv, men det gällde ju att få ihop pengar också. Jag har också hittat ett brev från Torgny där han skriver till Inge Ivarsson att jag måste få en postväxel nu för att nu har vi inte mat på bordet. Kan jag få pengar? Och också något så här, jag har inte någon lust att göra den här filmen, men jag får väl göra det så att... Så det var väl tajt där. Den här Katrineholm blev liksom inte...
Nej, jag tror ju
verklighet.
Att Ett lätt byte var ju början på utförslöpan, så att säga.
Ja. Och liksom ska man då prata vidare om din parallella karriär och Torgny, så sen gjorde ju Torgny den film som blev färdigställd sist av de långfilmerna. Det var ju Ta mig i dalen, som ju är en ren pornografisk film faktiskt. Okay. Men där slogan är, och Inge Ivarsson berättade mig att Torgny ville visa upp hur livet var på en modern bondgård.
Ja, okay.
Det var liksom nu ska vi visa hur det är att jobba på landet. Liksom, så. Men så blev
kreativt.
Men du gjorde faktiskt Sängkamrater Wide Open. Det
Ja.
måste ha varit något efter det här.
Nej, det var innan.
Var det det?
Mm.
Ja, okej. Jag trodde att det var ungefär
Nej, det var
samma
alldeles
veva.
innan.
Ja, okej.
Mm.
Men man kan säga att det här var ju inte det sista du gjorde, utan du åkte ju ner till Tyskland för att göra en film.
Ja, jag åkte som sagt var ner till Tyskland för att vara med i en film som heter Flossie. Och det är efter en känd 1800-talsroman. Det var en helt tysk produktion helt enkelt. Jag hade gjort en del sådana här Schulmädchen kortfilmer, 3 eller 4 stycken.
Att du var med i
tidigare.
korta sektioner av filmen.
Precis, exakt. Så att, och jag skulle vara Flossie helt enkelt. Det gick väl väldigt bra. Vi spelade in... Jag jobbade förresten med en väldigt känd regissör. Jag kände nog inte till det så mycket själv just då. Han hette Damiano.
Ja, Gerard Damiano.
Ja, jag lär mig aldrig det. Och han är naturligtvis jättekänd för många utav er. Det är ju, han har ju gjort Långt ner i halsen. Jag var inte så medveten om det. Men han var en bra regissör och vi spelade in scener i en vecka ungefär. Det var lite krenoliner och lite gammaldags och lite tjusigt och sådär, som det tyckte jag kändes väldigt bra. Men efter en vecka, vi bodde på samma hotell han och jag. Mariah var förresten med i filmen också. Ja. Så kom han fram till mig, han satt i baren och hängde och så sa han: kom Kristina, jag vill prata med dig. Så sa han så här: den här filmen är inte riktigt vad jag blev lovad när jag åkte hit att få regissera. Jag tycker nog att du har blivit inlurad det här också. Han sa faktiskt: jag tycker du är för bra för det här. För att på nätterna så spelar de in pornografiska inklippscener. Så de tänker klippa in pornografi i de scenerna där du medverkar. Och i hela filmen egentligen. Så att den är ju tänkt som en pornografisk film helt enkelt. Typ Emanuel, som var en väldigt stor film faktiskt. Han sa så här att jag åker tillbaka till USA imorgon. Och som sagt, jag tycker också att du ska lämna inspelningen. För det här tycker inte jag att du ska medverka i. Med den infon så gick jag till Mariah och så sa jag till henne att hör du, i natt så sticker jag till flygplatsen och sätter mig och tar första flyget hem. Du kan följa med mig eller stanna kvar, du får göra som du vill. Och så berättade jag för henne vad han hade berättat. Och det fanns ju ingen regissör dagen därpå, så att det var ju liksom konstig situation kan man ju säga. Men jag tog mig hem helt enkelt och blev ju jagad utav den här tyska producenten i flera år faktiskt. För att jag hade brutit kontraktet, jag blev hotad och det blev ingen trevlig situation. Men till slut så släppte han taget helt enkelt. Ja. Och den här filmen blev ju gjord faktiskt och heter ju Flossie. Och den blev gjord med Marie Forså. Ja. Som en ren pornografisk film helt enkelt i Sverige.
Ja,
Macalberg,
ja,
precis. Så att så blev det.
Ja. Och den inspelades i Sverige. Ja. Men vad som hände sen, var det efter det här du försökte komma in på scenskolan eller var det tidigare?
Det var efter.
Det var efter, ja. Och du hade ju ett visst motstånd på grund av din utblickskarriär.
Ja, jo, men det hade jag. Jag hade ju också så här att det var ju mycket tv-produktioner på den tiden som nu mera. Och producenterna kände jag ju en del utav dem. Och en utav de större sa till mig: hör du Kristina, du måste gå igenom scenskolan, tvätta av ditt dåliga rykte. Så kan du få jobb, det är inga problem. Så att utviksryktet hängde ju efter mig hela tiden. Jag kom igenom några prov på scenskolan, men folk kom fram till mig och sa så här: det är liksom kört för det här, det är bara politik, det är bara vänsterpolitik alltihopa. Så att du ödar nog bort din tid egentligen.
Du blir bara bortsorterad?
Ja, helt enkelt. Så att där släppte jag ju taget om en så att säga seriösare filmkarriär, man nu ska kalla det så. Det tycker ju inte jag, men ändå.
Nej.
Ja.
Nej, och sen utbildade du dig?
Till journalist, ja. Och en väldigt seriös journalistik har jag bedrivit i 30 år. Flygjournalistik. Så att det blev så med min flygtokiga sambo som flög av taken, höll på att säga.
Och det var så att ni tog över ett medlemsblad egentligen? Va?
Ja, just det. Och gjorde det till en riktig tidning.
Ja.
Ja. På det sättet var han ju väldigt driven,
Ja.
får jag säga. Ja.
En kommersiell tidning som heter Flygrevyn.
Ja, en skandinavisk flygtidning. Ja.
Och jag kommer ihåg när vi träffades första gången 2006. Då hade han gått bort för ett par år sedan. Tror jag det var.
2004 så dog han i hjärtstopp.
Just det.
Ja.
Och du fick ta över hela ekonomin och ägarskapet och chefredaktörskapet och sålde annonserna.
Och annonsförsäljningen som jag hade gjort förut. Ja. Nej, men jag tog tag i alltihopa. Och tyvärr var jag företag. Han var ju väldigt förtjust i fina bilar och dyra saker och sådär. Så att när jag tittar närmare på ekonomin så var den ju lite bottenkörd. Och dessutom bodde vi på en stor gård som slukade pengar. Där bor jag faktiskt fortfarande efter 25 år. Jag satte mig ner, jag gick in på hans kontor där han satt. Vi hade ett torp vid sidan av vårt stora hus. Jag gick in och satte mig på stolen och tänkte att nej, jag börjar jobba härifrån. Det är bara att ta tag i det. Och det gjorde jag. Och efter några år så gick det faktiskt väldigt bra. Och nu har jag sålt företaget och
Ja, du reste dig ur askan där verkligen, kan man säga.
Ja, jo.
Ja. Det är otroligt starkt och så många ansvarsområden också.
Jo, men precis. Men man mår bra utav att göra olika saker i livet och jag tror att man mår bra utav att övervinna motstånd också. Men antingen blir man ett offer, bara lägger sig ner i rännstenen och gråter, eller så försöker man faktiskt göra någonting. Ungefär som hon i Thriller.
Ja,
jag menar, hon kunde bli ett offer, men hon var liksom en överlevare. Ja. Och det är väl lite så man får agera i livet faktiskt, om man har möjlighet. Ja.
Och sen har ju det märkliga hänt att du har fått en otrolig revival tack vare att Tarantino har talat om Thriller som en inspiration till Kill Bill.
Ja, och det är ju så här oerhört generöst utav Tarantino, tycker jag, verkligen. Det har ju lyft Thriller, det är ju tveklöst så. Så att när jag åker på konvent och festivaler som jag gjort med Rickard i USA, då är ju Thriller väldigt känd. Men det beror ju också mycket på att den har ju gått på drive-in-biografer i USA. Så att det är väldigt, väldigt många som känner till Thriller faktiskt. Och när jag kommer på konvent då jag ser inte, ibland ser jag inte slutet på köerna. Det är helt fantastiskt. Ja. Thriller är jättekänd där borta, men inte så mycket i Sverige. Men
nej, fast nu har du ju varit med på science fiction-mässan ett antal gånger och du är ju poppis här också. Men vi har gjort 30 resor ihop och varit på alla kontinenter utom Australien. Och träffar fans överallt. Unga människor som är jättefascinerade och tycker du är jättespännande. Och det vet jag inte om du hade några tankar om när du har jobbat som journalist då?
Nej, men verkligen inte. Och vad som fascinerar mig ändå, det är ju att när vi åkte runt med Thriller och Black Circle, Svarta cirkeln, det var att vi mötte sån otrolig gensvar i Sydamerika, i Brasilien, Argentina ska vi inte tala om. Alltså det var helt fantastiskt faktiskt.
Och i Brasilien hade vi en sån där once in a lifetime upplevelse när vi blev inbjudna att äta middag med Roger Corman och hans fru.
Ja.
Det var ju stort. Ja, och nu är han inte med oss längre.
Nej, vilken fantastisk man. Ja, verkligen.
Det var otroligt. Och du har nu sent om sidor blivit medmanager. Eller en agent i alla fall.
Ja. Till slut, på gamla dagar, har jag skaffat mig en agent. Det är helt... Jag kunde ta hand om mig själv när jag var 20, men jag är över 70, då kan jag inte ta hand om mig själv.
Men det är väl bara att han har bra kontakter och det är väl bra?
Ja, det gör ju att jag kommer över till USA en hel del. Och uppenbarligen är det där jag filmiskt hör hemma ganska mycket. Ja.
Och det är väl där vi är idag, kan vi säga. Och det var ju både din karriär och lite om ditt arbete med Torgny. Ja. Var det några mer saker? Jag ser att du har lite anteckningar. Var det något mer du tänkte säga kring Torgny och de här 2 filmerna?
Ja, det är
så vi inte har missat något?
Nej, men det är det. Jag kikar.
Ja, det är bra. Jag kör lite pausmusik.
Ja, precis. Nej, men det är nog inte så mycket.
Ja, vi har gjort det.
Jag menar att Klinga var fantastisk. Hon fixade både mat och kläder och allting. Ja. Alltså vilken kvinna hon var.
Hon måste ha varit multikonstnär på många sätt.
Och så tog hon hand om Torgny också, vilket jag kan tänka mig också var ett heltidsarbete.
Ja. Men jag tänker, har vi några frågor från publiken? Några tankar? Väcker du några tankar? Alla är helt med på det här.
Jag har berättat om allt.
Ja, det var så fullständigt så det är inget mer att säga. Men jag måste bara säga att det är fantastiskt att du ville komma till lilla Lakene och första Wickmanveckan någonsin.
Ja.
Där vi alla är lite försökskaniner, men vi har väldigt roligt och det är en väldigt kvalificerad publik.
Ja,
så jag tror det är därför de inte har några frågor heller.
Ja, men eller hur. Ja, nej, men det är fint att få vara här.
Ja. Stort tack för att du kom, Kristina. Tack.
Tack så mycket. Tack. Tack så mycket.
Jag tänkte vi kan väl ta en kvarts bensträckare, 15 minutes break to just have a coffee and go to the bathroom or get some air.
Colors in the kitchen. Right, so I think we're rolling and ready. Yes, we are. I get the thumbs up from the control room. Ladies and gentlemen, and those of you who are watching this online, thank you very much for having been with us all of today. It has been such a long but also amazing, incredible day in terms of the different perspectives and insights and really just the sharing on stage here of every aspect of Torgny Wickman as a creative, as a businessman, as a person, his directing style, and really that's informed, which is why this has been called the Wickman Week. It, as Rickard has alluded to it started off as kind of a bit of a statement, being an anti-Bergman Week, but really it's turned into, and as already we were preparing it in something more positive, which is that let's not just be against something, let's be for showcasing something that's too often been ignored by film history, if not these very, very able film historians here up on stage, of something that really did outsell the B-Man 20-1 in Paris cinemas when it was showing. So what we want to do now is try to summarize things, try to see if there are some additional insights that we can share from what we have gathered, everything here today, to kind of conclude this day, which has been very much focused on Torgny. And we're very fortunate because we don't just have all of our wonderful colleagues and friends who come from very much academic background, but we also have his family here, and it means so much to us that you've decided to join us. So thank you, first of all. But you've been sitting here and listening to this today, and of course this wasn't somebody you worked with. This was, you know, your father. And tell us a little bit from your perspective, you know, as a son of his, what your feelings are for him as a dad, but also as a major figure in film history. We talked in the break about the fact that he didn't appear in some of the encyclopedias of Swedish film history, but really what we're trying to do here is put him back in that rightful place as a major, major figure in Swedish and international cinema.
Thank you. For me, and I think also for my brother Felix, who is here, and rest of my siblings that I've been talking to, I mean, before I went here and also today, we do honor this like festival, and we believe that my dad would smile from the grave, because he's been talking about this unfairness his whole life, and it has taken a lot of different sort of views. For example, when he died, 97, we expected as his family that there would be some type of Torgny, you know, coming up again to the surface, but that didn't really happen. There was one article in, I think, Dagens Nyheter that Lundholm wrote, which also knew him, so it was thanks to him. So still when he died, there were like no media attention around it at all. So for us, this is a very special thing, and I have learned a lot of things today, and one of the most fascinating things is that I can see the resemblance between how he was preaching how to make films, and especially when Rickard and Christina was talking about the last film, Tommy Dalen, that Torgny wanted to describe like how life is on the countryside. And to be honest, that's exactly how he was practicing his life. It's almost like that, you know, description of that film could be like a documentary about his life, because he was an extreme person, living the majority of his life, you know, without clothes, naked, and he expected all other people coming to our home also to, at some point in the evening, also undress, hopefully take a sauna together, but definitely sit together in front of the fireplace, being naked, discussing different things. So he had this vision of, you know, we should be naked together. And he also invited people from the most peculiar places. It could be people from the grocery stores. It could be the girl who ran the book bus. and he all invited them together with the local farmers, and they all undressed, drank wine, took a smoke, and were happy and dancing naked in the living room. So he was practicing the way he was, or the way of living he was teaching in his films, I would say. And yeah, that was an interesting thing for me to acknowledge here today.
And in some ways, I know to foreigners that's mildly shocking, the idea, but to me it's very Swedish. It's very innocent. In that regard, he is a uber Swedish director as much as some of the other ones that get, bigger obituaries when they pass away.
I don't know, maybe it is Swedish. Maybe it's the contrary to being Swedish as well, I don't know. I haven't met any people that has been brought up during those conditions. And I don't know if any one of you in the audience has been invited to a home where people expect you to show your breast or to take off your clothes. So, I mean, I think it's a very un-Swedish, behavior, to be honest.
Maybe taken to the extreme. I was thinking more, yes, we've all stripped off in the sauna,
of course,
Swedish,
yes.
which and in communal, but he's just taken it that little step further.
But I think there's an honesty in the things he was doing since he lived his life in accordance.
Yeah.
So there's an honesty in it. And I mean, of course he was, widely interested in sexuality and having sex as well.
Yes.
And that was also, exposed widely, in the home in different ways. Everything from, pornographic magazines and things, laying around everywhere for people to grab at any time, to other more sort of severe or private things.
Oh, and it's interesting to hear that at a time when there's obviously a discussion about Me Too, but also many directors, filmmakers who have a very high reputation, who now we've discovered what it is they were really doing with actresses, with children, with worse kind of things. But at least he was open. There was no pretense about that, and he lived like he preached, and there is great honesty to that.
To some extent, yes. I mean, he was always talking about contributing to the feminist movement and liberating women and their sexuality, which is true to some degree, but also, I mean, the existence of women and the way in the society is not only about sex.
No.
And so he forgot, like, the majority of the dimensions of having an equality in the society. So he was just focusing on the sex part, because as some people has mentioned here, my mom was the one taking care of everything, taking care of the kids, taking care of the food, the dishes. So that didn't become him at all, and I don't think he even saw it.
No.
He used to sit, in front of the fireplace after dinner, always a 3-course dinner with liquid and beer and wine.
Yes.
And afterwards, he was screaming from the kitchen to my mom, "Why are you in the kitchen?" It's like, "I gave you a dishwasher." So I mean, he missed some perspectives of equality and how
yes. So both an enlightened man, but at the same time very much a product of his age, given the fact that
yes,
he was born in the early part of last century and started
yes.
making films in the 1940s, before the wars. So
yes.
It's
Could
an
be
amazing journey.
A bit of a excuse, yes.
Yes. So, without wishing to drag it too much, and I'm going to ask my colleagues next to it, into the current debates and the culture wars and everything, but it can't be escaped, the fact that this question does come up time and time again. And when you're talking to your students, when you're talking to younger people, not just about Torgny Wickman, the language of love, but how do we talk to younger people and the next generation and sort of pass on his legacy and the importance of his works? You said earlier they don't look at them and think this is pornographic to me, but it probably maybe would have been pornographic to the audience at the time. So how do we contextualize this? To make it a very easy question.
Yeah, I can start maybe. I think one thing that I've been thinking about during this day also, and we talked about it in our lecture about how history has been written around these films. And to me, I think this this festival is important because I think it's important that we talk about these films on a sort of, how do you say, because how history has been written has been very much the exclusion of these films, and these, not only Torgny Wickman, other filmmakers from this period as well. And if we do that, if we don't watch these films, if we don't screen them and talk about them and study them, then we don't get the whole picture, and we also miss what might be problematic with this period and with these films. So for me, it's also been very interesting to meet Casper today and to hear your stories about this. And I've been very inspired also by Adrian's and Jason's talks, because when I started to work with the language of love films, it was more than 10 years ago now. So, and I wrote my dissertation, and then I have sort of moved in other directions with my research also. It's very nice to see that now people are doing different research on these films, widening the picture, so it's been inspiring for me to see that there is much more research to be done, many more perspectives that can be that we can put on them, and so on. And therefore I think it's important to continue to screen them and to talk about them with students, and of course with contextualization and when doing more research, and so that students can properly understand them, I think. So that's,
to me,
yeah.
And in that regard, to me, it was fascinating to finish hearing from Christina at the end of it, because obviously she is somebody who, at the time, didn't get recognition for her work, and she was looked down on by feminists and critics alike. But she was in no way a victim. I mean, she was savvy. She was her own manager at the time. What it would have been fun, and sadly we've lost too many of her colleagues that are no longer alive, and we can't hear from what it was like for them to work at the time with them, with Torgny, with other directors like that, and to get the female perspective on that whole age and that whole genre and type of films. But is that something? Yes.
I think Maria might have written something about this, the idea of these films have come back as a guilty pleasure. And now we're sort of starting to consider the guilt, where the guilt comes from, and how we're approaching these films. We can't just look at them as like a nostalgic thrill. We have to consider how they were made, who was in these films, how they were exploited, were they exploited. You know, not everyone is as happy as Christina to discuss this. So it's go full circle of this, coming close to just laughing at something for the sake of laughing at it, before people are now taking these things slightly more seriously and considering the cultural background then and how we look at them now as well, compared to sort of contemporary entertainment. So I think it has come through that in a way, but there's still a lot more thinking to be done. I think people take these films less as a little light-hearted bit of fun now, more as films, I think.
Agent, did anything change in your perspective today? Was there anything you learned, or did you want to reflect on?
Well, I've learned lots. I mean, one thing I was interested in, and Elisabet and I was talking about this earlier, the letter that I had from Valius, about the fact that they were shooting two different versions, allegedly. One for like countries with more censorship, and whether there's
the
any
hot
evidence.
and the cool version.
But is there any evidence that they actually were doing that, or was that just something he was saying to keep the censor happy? And I don't know if there is or not. And so it seems like there's still more research that could be done, particularly with these. Like also, there's anecdotal evidence from that one quote I had, an old man saying to John Trevelyan, if I'd seen these films 20 years ago, I'd have had a better marriage. Right. Is there any other audience data on how the sex education films, or even more broadly, just the other films, were they having a positive impact on people who watched them? Because obviously you've got all this outcry from censors and the establishment about how terrible it is, but were audiences watching them and learning from them, and was it helping? But I don't know how much evidence there is to support any of that.
Where does the research go from here?
Evidence is very hard to come by, I think, but we can collect anecdotes. And there was this American They were about women who liberated their sexuality in the past. Oh, you must have done. All right. But the Swedish films, they were about women who liberated their sexuality and had sexual awakenings, and it was like lighthearted, and I was like, well, really, Anita? And he was like, well, yeah, maybe not Anita, maybe not that thriller, but you know, the other ones, the one with the blonde. So I'm thinking that he was thinking about like Flossie and Justine and Juliet and those films. But there was something positive, something that he looked back upon and remembered as something that gave him another perspective on sexuality than what the American pornographic. But it's just an anecdote. You can't really build anything on that. So.
No.
Can I just tell an anecdote around that? I mean, I'm pretty sure that a film like The Language of Love will have an impact in the future as well. I mean, I went to Draken at the Göteborg Film Festival, and it's the largest cinema in Gothenburg. It was, at least. And full of people, full of cineasts, and full of hipsters with good-looking people, basically. And they were totally laughing at the film in the beginning, about the clothing, about the language, about everything, the whole concept. But, 20 minutes into the film, dead silent in the whole cinema, people were staring at each other and at the movie, recognized themselves, and probably, experiencing exactly the same problems that was, talked about. So, and that's something that we don't get better at, through our genes or heritage. It's something that each generation needs to learn. So I'm pretty sure it will be a relevant film in the future. Just an anecdote, yes, but still.
Yeah. Important one. Is our memory of these films changing as a result of looking back at them and also getting this additional context now? We talk about them, and that was an interesting anecdote in itself. So yes, they were all happy films, apart from the ones with suicide or bad ending or rape or, she kills a bad guy at the end. So, but were they contributing to something bigger, maybe, that something people dreamt or saw or projected onto them as they were watching them? The idea of sexual liberation.
I mean, certainly in the UK, the Swedish films represented that idea of a modernity, whereas the other European films, like the French films, were more old-fashioned, and the women in those films were completely unattainable. And I think part of the appeal of the Swedish films was these were girls who looked more realistic. They were more natural, and it was more modern, and the clothing they wore was more normal. And I think so there was definitely an aspirational element to those films for the audiences that thought maybe I have a chance with somebody like that.
Yeah.
But not, Anita Ekberg in that Italian film or whatever.
It's also interesting to me, having been now watching and listening to all of you for 2 days. Yesterday we heard very much from Brian Iskov, talked in wonderful detail about the Danish films, the bedside films, the Zodiac films. And even though we get grouped together internationally, all Scandinavians, tall, blonde, the same, yet the differences that emerged there, not just because Denmark was first with, on one hand, legalizing pornography as a whole, but also because their kind of happy sex comedies were so different from anything that we saw in Sweden. There's nothing like, apart from the odd ones like the Lustful Vicar, which also has as much to do with the carry-on films as with the Danish sex comedies, but how very, very different the same subject of nudity, sexuality, sexual liberation on screen were treated by these two different countries, and where the overlaps and where the differences were. Any thoughts on that in terms of, as foreigners, from an outside perspective, Scandinavia, Sweden, or Denmark, or is it all the same?
It's still very difficult to comment on, because having come here... I think so, yeah. Having come here in the late 90s, there was still I moved to Sweden oh, are you? Okay, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And it's seeing that die out, and that reputation is completely gone now. No one even thinks so. The young generation coming through now have absolutely no idea. I showed Anita to a group of young students, and they were like, what are you talking about, Swedish cinema, sexy nation? You know, that's Brazil, isn't it? Or they couldn't understand at all. So the two different, I mean, I've always said the difference between Sweden and the UK. In Sweden, everything's forbidden until it's allowed, and in the UK, everything's allowed until it's forbidden. And that sort of represents an attitude to sex you see on screen as well, that they're breaking down barriers, they're showing the advanced Swedish sex film, they're doing things, and it suddenly becomes allowed, and they embrace it. Whereas England, they wanted to keep it forbidden. They didn't show sex, they didn't show hardcore sex. You wouldn't go watch hardcore sex in a mainstream cinema. So there's still that sort of fear of authority or fear of being judged, I think, that affects both nations.
But that's an interesting perspective about Sweden no longer having that reputation or not being the first thing people think about, and in some ways other countries being sexier, being more progressive. Or I was having a discussion with Elisabet in the intermission here. We talked about not to do with sex, but look at drug legalization, for example, marijuana. Everywhere else is more progressive. Sweden will probably be the last country in Europe that's going to allow this. We still never. Alcohol still sold, you know, only through licensed government shops, closed on Sundays. So, and in some regards, not like countries like New Zealand or Germany, where prostitution is legal. Here we're criminalizing the buying of it. So you could argue whether that's pro or more feminist, but it's not sexual liberation maybe. So has Sweden stopped being sexy? A Carrie Bradshaw kind of.
I think it depends on who you're talking to and what generation that is. And if there has been a shift in the perception of Sweden, which I think there has been, it's quite recent. It's like not 18 years ago, but maybe 5-10 years ago. So it's so recent that it's hard to kind of see it and analyze it. But I do think that there is a shift happening, and it has to do with a lot of things. Other countries moving up and Brazil becoming more sexy.
The World Cup of sexiness.
But also with like things happening. I mean, Sweden is so colored by so many other things in the international perception of Sweden. So I think the sexuality has kind of
taken a back seat, maybe.
Yes, taken a back seat. Thank you.
It hasn't gone away, but this isn't just for me to have opinions, ask questions. You've been sitting here all day. Richard.
Yeah, I would like to go back to the question about Torgny Wickman not being in the history books.
Torgny not in the history books.
And also, I picked up something from Mariah's and Elisabet's talk that was really interesting. I think you talked about a constructed border, or the way that film history is writing out some people and then pushing some people up, which is very similar to the Soviet Union and writing out Molotov from the history book.
Yes.
It's a sort of communist, fascist way of looking at history, and Torgny Wickman being the sort of major director in the 70s, having an incredible impact on the audience, but the establishment forces itself to get him out of the way. We don't want him. We want.
There was an active suppression, effectively.
Yeah, I don't know which word did you use.
Yeah, I don't remember which word I used, but I think doing the Soviet comparison is maybe a bit harsh, because I think history writing always works in this way, and especially if you look at how film studies has had to kind of struggle against literature studies and art history and try to kind of claim a place for itself within the humanities and the aesthetic, the study of aesthetic arts and so on. So of course they had to push the auteurs, the Bergmans and the Widerbergs and the Sjömans and so on in order to show, come on, we are serious, we do art, you have to take us seriously. And like just when they started to take film studies as a subject seriously, that's when people like Elisabet and I come and ruin everything. So, and Jason and Adrian. But but now there is a possibility to do this kind of research and to lift up these other parts of film history. So I think it's like history. First it was like kings and wars, and then suddenly people started to say, what about the common people? We have to write the history of the common people. And then the women's movement said, we have to write the history of the women, and so on. So history is also, the general history writing is also changing, in which subjects are found relevant and important and need to be highlighted, and so on. So this is a process. And like we said, this week here makes a difference. And when Elisabet's book, dissertation came out, it made a difference. And when my book on my Zetterling came out, my dissertation, it also made a difference, because even though we say that Vilgot Sjöman and Bo Widerberg and Jan Troell and Ingmar Bergman and so on, there is not, Bergman aside, because there is tons and tons written about Bergman, but the other ones are not so, there is not so much scholarly work done on them. There is a lot of journalistic work, but not so much scholarly. So suddenly my Zetterling, if you just look at the literature, the scholarly literature, suddenly my Zetterling kind of moved up, because Sweden is so small. It makes a huge difference if you do one thing or two things, and it can make a big difference.
And can I just add on one thing to that? Am I paranoid, or are we still a threat to the established art house sort of noblesse?
I think things like Netflix and TikTok and all of those things are much more of a threat than we are. Sorry, Rickard. I know you want to be the underdog and smash the establishment from underneath and so on, but I think that there are many threats against the art house establishment.
I mean, Torgny is, he's famous for this period of his professional life. But if you listen to what he says himself about what he is proud of in his contribution, it's mainly not this period. And the rest of the films he made has sort of been in the shadow of the film from Language of Love and Forward. And I think that is something which is really sad, and that made him really sad, and I think something that could be sort of brought up as well. For example, he was quite innovative, and I think this sex period is also a proof of that. He was innovative when it comes to that domain. But what he was proud of was, for example, Blockerat Spår, the first movie without extra lighting, Girl Without a Name, that was shot in the Klara neighborhood in Stockholm with no studio shooting. And the film he was absolutely most proud of was these 3 short movies about 3 artists like Brögel, Palle Nilsson and Brusewitz, which is a journey from the past nowadays and into the future. And so he had really large ambitions to be something else than just a yelled-at director. So I think maybe that's a service that he would appreciate, to lift up those type of films as well.
Wickman Week 2025.
I think that would be nice.
That's something I've reflected on today, actually. Like Casper says, that we're focusing on 11 years of a 50-year career. And we're talking about a very specific genre of film that he worked in. When he was making films about rationing in World War II. It's an incredibly long career that needs to be looked at in different ways, I think, rather than just focusing on him as a genre director, and rather thinking more about what he's contributed and how he's contributed. Like I said, the 3 narrative films from the 50s, which are not commented on at all.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that the same is true for other people during this period as well. I remember when Mariah and we interviewed Inge Ivarsson, he also said things similar to that he was of course very happy that his films were given attention by Rickard and by researchers as us and so on, but he also wanted to say to us that I also produced a lot of other films. I had a long career. I produced and distributed so many other things on my companies. He had many companies and so on. So it's not just Torgny Wickman also. It's generally these films from the 60s and 70s have been sort of rewritten into history by the work of Club Support and people like Rickard and by us who have been interested in them, but they're only one part of the history that has been forgotten. I mean, there's much work to be done in other areas of film history as well.
I have a question. I remember like 30 years ago when I dug up these movies, I had to ask the Royal Library to scan them on VHS and DVDs, and I actually stole them from the fucking library to get them. And I remember in the early days of Club Support, people didn't give a shit about these movies at all. It's been like the last 15 years or something. So I want to ask you guys on stage, how did you have your first contact with either Torgny Wickman or Mac Albar or these Swedish movies? How did you first find out about them, and do you remember what movie it was?
I don't know if people online could hear it, but so how did people here first encounter them, given that many of these films fell into obscurity? And when?
I first encountered them when I was going through Svensk Filmografi 6 for the 1960s. And because I was trying to get like an overview of the 1960s for my settling project. And of course I had read about them, the tiny bits that were about them in Furhammar and in other books, but like that's where I kind of, they actually existed. They were real films. And then in, of course, number 7, Svensk Filmografi 7, about the 1970s. And these are really good utgångspunkt, like a starting point for research, but there is so much, like all the films that Torgny Wickman is proud of, they are not there. It's just the feature films, the long films. And then, of course, Club Support had started its activities already by then, so that's where you went to get a hold of the films. So Club Support has really done, I think, an important, very important job to keep these films, or not to keep, to wake them up, to make them alive again. Resurrect these, thank you. Resurrect these films. And I think Rickard and Club Supporter people, I'm not really sure who are the Club Supporter people, but you should have a big thanks, everyone.
May I just add to that in the magazine Filmrutan, they had a text by the editor-in-chief say that Club Super should maintain the what is the word in English?
I can't remember.
It's like
Giftefri brott.
Giftefriden. Let the dead stay dead.
I remember that.
Grave robbers. Yeah. When you first encountered it?
Well, I have the benefit of having studied my bachelor's in 1990 to 2000 and then returning to study in 2020. So this huge 20-year gap in between coincided with when, again, it's getting into a bit of a celebration, but Club Super released stuff in 1999-2000. And I wrote about the Swedish Film Institute in 2000 and how the liberalization led to sex films. But there was nothing, no academic or scholarly text about sex films whatsoever in 1999-2000. There was very, very little, nothing that you'd be able to find, nothing really published in English. And so coming back and seeing all these texts by Sexuella, Elisabet, and Mariah, and finding this sort of wealth of academic work that has been undertaken and being able to sort of learn from that and build from that has been absolutely fantastic. And that has been a sort of a process because of the resurrection of these films, because of these films being visible. You can't write about a film you can't watch. That's the basis of it, and it's if they're not there, they don't exist. But now they're out in public, things happen.
I was doing research on the Fancy family that I mentioned earlier, E.J. Fancy, and I just put his name into the National Archive database to see what they might have. And up popped this court case, and it just said, E.J. Fancy, more about the language of love. And I had no idea what it was. I went to the National Archive. They gave me a huge folder full of documents, and I spent a day reading all the police transcripts and the court case and all the scans of all the posters. And so more about the language of love was my way in. to all of this. And thankfully, again, I found a box set, I think produced by Club Super 8, that had all the films in. So yeah, that was my, otherwise, if it hadn't been for that, I would never have written about or researched any of this stuff. It was purely the fancy connection that led me to it. I had no idea about Swedish sex education films before that. I was very young and naive.
Yeah, to continue this, I think for me it was also Club Super 8 who made me aware of these films. But I'm trying to think now how, when I first encountered them, I know that I knew that Club Super 8 existed when I studied film, when I started studying at the university. And I think I saw some of the first films on video, perhaps. Did you also have screenings in Malmö?
Yeah,
during?
We had Club Super 8 actually had screenings in Malmö, Gothenburg, and Växjö.
Yes, right. Because I think I've heard of those screenings. I don't remember if I went to one, Panoa in Malmö maybe. Yeah. So I knew about the films, and then when I started to study film studies, I had Mariah as my lecturer, and you talked about this period in film history, and then the first time I saw Language of Love was actually at a screening at the Cinematek in Malmö, the Swedish Film Institute's Cinemateket, which I guess must have been. Maybe they had just restored the film, maybe. It could have been like 2004, 2005, something like that, maybe. So I went to that screening because I knew about this period, and I thought the film was so interesting. So that's how I encountered it. Yeah.
So being a late member of Club Super 8, what's interesting is what I didn't encounter. I grew up partly in exile in the deep countryside of Skåne, just when VHS arrived. And I remember the first VHS rental stores that we had in Ystad, which was the nearest big city. And I distinctly remember they had films like Bedside Mazurka and films like Fabujäntan Come Blow the Horn. But looking back at it now, I realized what wasn't there. Torgny Wickman's films weren't there. So we had the imported Danish sex comedies, and we had the more recent hardcore, very hardcore Swedish pornography. But we were missing these films that ought to have been there, but obviously weren't because Club Super hadn't been invented yet. So it's interesting that they say you never become a prophet in your hometown, but it's interesting to me that there was such a gap for such a long time in this market. And Rickard can speak to this because when he got to know Inge Ivarsson from having played pirate with his films initially and having gotten the rights to the films, Inge didn't think there was a market for them. He'd moved on to real estate. And so he's like, you want these films? You know, yeah, sure, okay, well, send me some money when you make some money from them, but I don't think they have a future. So even the producer of the films didn't think that they had a potential, even obviously as other people were making money from other similar kind of things. But yeah, you don't become a prophet in your hometown, as I think Jesus said himself. So this is the gap that Club Super 8 filled, I guess. Any other thoughts or comments from the audience? Anybody who's had their perspective changed or learned something particularly new today that you want to share? We're going to be continuing this journey of discovery tomorrow, more than Torgny Wickman. I know we're going to hear from Elisabet about Doris Wishman, who's also, again, a filmmaker having a revival and reappreciation and academic interest. So this is an ongoing movable feast. And of course, we're going to have more screenings tonight. So are there any final words? Yes. Oh, yes.
I just have to say that Torgny Wickman was a fantastic guy to be around because I met him in the late 90s. I went to his house, I also took a sauna with him, and I celebrated Christmas with him. He went to Stockholm, I went to the movies with me. He was an absolutely fantastic guy. so now I'm going to meet your kids later. But he was an extremely generous and great guy.
Not just a great filmmaker, but a really good man. A great mensch.
Like a dirty bastard. He was a fantastic guy. I sincerely loved him, I can say.
That's a wonderful testament.
Yeah.
Adrian?
I just wanted to ask Casper, obviously you were young when these films were being made. So what was the first film you saw, and how old were you when you saw one?
First time I counted his work was on the schoolyard with my classmates, I guess, because, I mean, it was not an easy thing to grow up, you know, with the father like that. So I didn't see any of his film before I was maybe 20 years old. And, I mean, there's a reason for that, and because you sort of, you know, distance yourself to what your father did, since it has a huge impact on the whole family. You know, some of the people in the family, the first thing they said to them when they came to the workplace was, "Oh, you're one of the Wickmans, I see." Then you were sort of judged by that, and you don't really know in what way. That was what people said. So there was sort of a distance to it, but then after I tried to, you know, get hold of all the films that mom and dad had at home, and I'm also very sort of happy for the work you're doing with the streaming service and everything, and yeah, I will see the rest of them that I haven't seen. But I was 20 and upwards. That was the period.
Jason, any final words? No. No. Everything's been said. Well, then we started with finish with you. Difficult question, but obviously if your father was here today, he, like you said, he'd probably appreciate, you know, the recognition and so on, but it was interesting hearing from Rickard that there were still so many scripts that, you know, he didn't have the opportunity. There was still a journey, there was still a creative future that he didn't get to live out. Did he ever talk to you about any of that? Was there anything, did he ever have any frustrations late in his life? You know, what were the great unmade Wickman films?
I wouldn't say that he talked to the last set of kids he had directly about this. Of course, we overheard everything he talked about, you know, during dinners with adult people. He had a way of not ignoring, but maybe not sort of spending so much attention on kids until they were grown up, got themselves an education and could talk about things. And that was the same for this subject. But I know that his whole library and working office, he had bookshelves all around the walls, and on the top two, at least the last one, there were these type of scrolls compactly sorted around the walls. So I guess there were a lot of films that were never sort of considered. And I knew also that throughout the whole life I lived at home, he was constantly working on new projects.
He never gave up. He never
gave up. And I mean, one reason is of course that he needed the money.
Yeah.
Yes, but also the kind of films he was sort of trying to do in the end were more documentaries, art-based type of things. So, and he wrote so many different things from religious stuff to pure art films and films about cities and stuff like that.
Well, this is the first ever Wickman Week. We plan to do more next year, the year after, and I hope that when we do that, we will get the opportunity to have a wider perspective. Obviously, we've started with his most famous films, his most successful films, but it is such a rich life, it's such a rich career, it's such a rich creative accomplishments that there's really going to be things for us to come back to in the many, many years to come. And I want to thank all of you for everything you've said today, and we hope we'll have you back again in the future as we continue and make the Wickman Week an annual celebration of Torgny Wickman and everything that he stood for. Can we have a round of applause for all of our great speakers today? Rickard, any logistics announcements, screenings?
30 minutes to grab something to eat.
Yes.
And then we have Scream and Scream Again.
Yes, hot dogs, that way.